JustinFREAKIN, the formidable voice in the culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
Come on, man.
This is the Troll live with JustinFREAKIN.
I've been arguing with this dumbass. He commented on my video. Remember the video I made about how Trump gave the comments that he wanted to put in jail the person responsible for the destruction of the reflecting pool. And on the video's caption, I wrote, "Trump calls to jail himself." And this dumbass came to my video and was like, "Do you think the president poured the chemicals in the reflecting pool?" No, I don't. I think he is responsible for the destruction of the reflecting pool, though, because he is the executive. And this dumbass is trying to argue with me, look, if you hire a contractor, you're not responsible for what they do. I'm like, yeah, you are. If I have a company and I hire a contractor, let's say I hire somebody to put in stairs or a handicap accessible ramp, and they fuck it up, and it's in my business, I can be held criminally liable, civilly liable, because it's my responsibility. It's your job to do the due diligence on the people that you hire to do the job. Trump doubly here responsible for what's going on because he's the one that hired his stupid ass donor to do it. Breaking news, by the way, they are putting up fencing around the reflecting pool. Just in like the last couple of hours, they have erected fencing around the reflecting pool. But I told Ghetto to call in and have a discussion with me because he's like, it's such a shame. Nobody lives in reality anymore. We can't have a debate in this country. And I'm like, you don't live in reality. Lenny, welcome in, my friend. Warlord, meat cakes. I am not high enough for this shit. People, welcome. I'm sorry, I ducked out really fast last night and I realized you were on whenever I rated out. I didn't have that many people in here. I did a really bad show last night. But I saw you were like, whoever I'd rated into before. I tried to spread the love around. And I was like, oh shit, people was on. Could have rated you, my friend. Well, we were on our way coming back from the weed store. And I start seeing really dark clouds in the sky, and Curious's looking up at the clouds. I'm like, they're kind of going in a circle. We're probably in a... And then we had a whole discussion about tornado watch versus warning. A watch is when you have the ingredients for a cake. A warning is when a cake is in the oven kind of deal. And then, like, we went from, like, you could see the line of the rain. It was crazy. So, a torrential downpour for, like, 3 minutes. And then it was, like, sunshine, and you could tell that there was, that it had rained just moments beforehand. On the other side, it was crazy. It's weather post climate change. And then I made the comment that, like, I'm kind of surprised that the hurricane season has been as light as it has been, because it started off kind of rough. Or we started off this year before we were even in hurricane season. Oh shit, you actually showed up. Insane. I love it. So you're in my Discord. We have a voice chat channel called Debate Freakin. You're more than welcome to hop in. This should be fun. Light one up, tip one back. Hey. What? Shrimp butt? You know, I've never given them any shrimp. They probably would. I'll let Maynard out and let him. He'll probably go right for it. And Socks is like, yes, I want shrimp butt. Big Ben, welcome in. Show I'm if ang. Good to have you here, my friend. Are you wanting to have a conversation with me? As I said, I'm in the voice chat. Perhaps you didn't realize. I think she's making shrimp pasta, and she got it with tails. She got the shrimps with tails on, because she wanted more flavor from the shrimp, and she was asking if my cats would enjoy the little bit of meat you get out of the shrimp butt when you cut off the tails. And I was like, I've never given them shrimp butt before, so I don't know if they would or not. Oh, apparently Maynard is being a deal. He's being extra. Yeah, that's why she wanted to get the shell. She usually gets them already because she doesn't want to deal with it. But she's like, yeah, I want the extra flavor in the shell. Princess Kimberly, good evening. Well, perhaps you weren't ready to actually have a conversation with me, my friend. Just let me know. We'll have to go ahead and go to the news. I can't wait on you all night. We got shit to be doing. But you seem to be very passionate about the issue. I find it odd that anyone would argue that president, CEO, any executive position isn't responsible for the work that they put forward, right? That's their job as executive, is to, make sure they're hiring the right people, make sure that their plans and overseeing those people as they are carrying out the work, conceiving of the plans, making sure that's your job as an executive. Crix, Fuzzy Simba, welcome in. So I just find that odd. And then you asked AI, man, AI is gonna be the death of this country, and Curious is probably hearing me say that. She's like, you've been using AI. Yes, I know. Don't ask AI to tell you what to think. Use critical thinking skills. But here's the brilliant, here in America, yeah, CEOs have, especially, we're getting up into the multi-million CEOs. If you're a small business owner, you absolutely shoulder the burden of every single thing. But if you're a rich asshole running a Fortune 500 company, you get a golden parachute and you don't actually bear the responsibility. You don't have criminal liability. And I would absolutely like to change that. You're supposed to. Yeah, it's a very, it's a very proletariat kind of thing to argue that all the fuck ups are the workers, but all of the successes are the administration. AI is just one of the symptoms. You're right, Crix. Fair enough. And I'm not even anti-capitalism, right? All economies are mixed economies. You come somewhere on a scale. We need to slide the scale down. That's what, I agree with people about the Laffer curve. You hit a point where you tax a business so much that you stifle your return. But we're on the other side of the Laffer curve. We need to raise taxes more. We're leaving money on the table. Justin was already a Republican. Justin was president of the Young Republicans in high school, remember? That's a thing that actually happened.
Come on, man.
Justin's still not really a Democrat, but I do side with the Democrats. I'm caucusing with the Democrats for all intensive purposes. You're side-eyeing me? You'd be amazed at how many jobs I got straight out of high school because I had President of the Young Republicans on my resume. While I was, because we're talking, you know, in the middle of the Iraq War. That's what turned me a fucking raging liberal leftist. I didn't have the terminology of leftist until I got to college. Definitely went more liberal. Oh, hey, my friend. Can I call you Show? Or is it Show 'em?
How's it going?
Going good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Did you just take a hit?
Say what?
Did you just take a hit of marijuana?
Yes.
Hell yeah. I'll hit the bong with you, my friend. See, we're off to a good start.
Hell yeah, let me go back. I just like to debate. We've been having a debate on YouTube for quite a while now.
Well, you know, while I keep calling you stupid, I don't actually think you're all that dumb. You have been able to make a more intelligent argument than most of the dipshits that I argue with online, so this could be fun.
I just personally believe that it is the responsibility of the companies that Trump hired that are responsible for the fuck up. I don't believe Trump himself is responsible. Maybe accountable, but not responsible.
Okay, well, he's accountable for it. Like, he's the one that said that we should fix the reflecting pool. He's the one that, you know, at least put the person in charge that hired the company. As I said, they were one of his donors. Yeah. You know, that seems to be pretty shady, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the biggest part that I was disagreeing with was going all the way to the top and then blaming from the top first, instead of starting with the company and then seeing, okay, were they directly ordered by Trump to dump raw chemicals in? If so, then we have no.
Well, yeah, whoa. The hydrogen peroxide was put in by the Park Service, so yes, Trump is their boss.
Oh, okay. I was unaware of the Park Service.
Yeah. When we're talking about the private company, the contractor, we're only talking about doing they painted the sealant on the bottom.
Yeah.
Now, do you know why that was stupid? Do you know what the issue is with the reflecting pool? We found this out last week. I had to look it up.
What is it?
So when they built it, they didn't realize it was on whatever. Can the chat tell me whatever that fucking sand, rock, whatever it is there that they built it on, and it shifts rapidly and it cracked the bottom of the pool. So the situation that we have right now is that it basically has to be completely torn out. Yeah, it was built on swampland, but there's an actual word for it. So the whole thing has to be completely torn out, and it'd be hundreds of millions of dollars. That's why no president has ever tackled it before.
Yeah.
But Trump, being the con man that he was, wanted this symbol for the 4th of July.
I do agree with that. I blame Greenwater Solutions and Atlantic Industrial Coatings because they were the ones who were paid to clean the pool, and it seems like they're the ones who messed things up.
Well, I would counter that with, we have what's called the Army Corps of Engineers, and they're way better at things like this than any private company is. And if Trump was an intelligent man, and he's not, he would have used the Army Corps of Engineers, but the Army Corps of Engineers is going to tell him this is a $300 million project. You have to rip it out and do it right. And that's why Trump hired a private contractor, and that's why he's responsible.
Ah, okay. But I still say,
like, I get what you're saying. Yes, on a micro level, that company is responsible for their fuck up, individual responsibility, yada, yada, yada. But the reason they were even in the position to do that in the first place is because Trump won't listen to experts, and he demands that we need to do this so that we have a symbol for the 4th of July. So you can agree with that, right?
Yeah.
So we have no disagreement on that one. Cool. Awesome.
No, not really. I think we were mostly just disagreeing on terminology.
Yeah, you were wanting to be pedantic with me. It's okay. I do it sometimes too.
Yeah.
And also, like, when you asked AI, the examples they gave you was like me personally hiring a plumber, whereas in my example, I'm talking about, like, you're a big business and you're subcontracting something out. So, like, say, like, they come and build something for you, say a walkway, a wheelchair access ramp. Somebody gets injured. You, the company, are responsible, maybe even criminally liable. if something fucks up, not the
after work is
contractor.
done- after the work is done, yes, then it goes back to the business. But while work is being done, the contractor actually does have to sign liability, saying they're liable for any accidents that happen on the work site.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, if Trump hired someone, they screwed up the pool. Maybe they didn't. Maybe it was screwed up from the beginning. Maybe that's what I'm.
I do. The pool is screwed up, and the company was put in a no-win situation, and it was also just to funnel money, taxpayer money, to one of his donors.
Yeah. See, my biggest issue when I first saw it, they were just dumping raw bottles, and I'm like, what?
Hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah.
And that peeled the paint. Well,
You're not diluting it. You're just dumping it.
contributed to peeling it, because what they're trying to do is make sure they clean the algae, get it fucking spotless, because that's what Trump wants before the 4th of July. Yep. So he's not listening to experts, and therefore he is very responsible. I would say all the way, because you brought up Afghanistan, and the point that I'm sorry for calling you stupid. Like, I appreciate the conversation we're having. When you brought up Afghanistan, I can't call the withdrawal a success or a failure. It was a military operation. If people die, that happens in a military operation, not to be callous towards it. So to call it a success or a failure is wrong, in my opinion.
Well, the success
and
I was talking about was
I would say that
bringing
both
it
Biden
into
and
the
Trump bear responsibility for it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Both, because it happened during the transfer of power.
It was negotiated by Trump with the Taliban very hastily, once again, because he wanted to look like he had a win. And then Biden was kind of put in a no-win situation. But I think I like that Trump did that, because I don't know that Biden would have ever pulled us completely out of Afghanistan.
I don't think so either.
So it's kind of because it's nuanced, right? So that's why I didn't want to make cause you just kind of said it was a failure contributed to Biden. It's a more murky situation.
I was more pressing into the point of, you were saying if the buck stops with the president, they're responsible for anything happening.
It does.
Under their administration. I'm like, well, the withdrawal happened underneath Biden, even though it was started by Trump. Who do we blame for that? But
both of them equally, and also, do we really blame them? Because it's a war zone.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I would blame.
So you
the,
expect
general,
people to. So I look at it as a success, in that we've finally got the fuck out of Afghanistan. I'm glad that happened. So that's a success under Biden. But also there was deaths of soldiers, and he does deserve blame for that. He did check his watch at the funeral. It is okay to throw blame at it. We don't hold people accountable enough in this society. That's the problem.
Yeah. I agree, and I believe it comes from both sides. I'm an independent. I think both sides are always trying to point the finger at the other side and never willing to look at their own side. And that's one of the biggest problems I have. It's if we're going to blame this guy for everything happening, then we got to be able to blame everyone for everything that happened that came before, all the presidents.
Okay, so
And
you may come with me on this one. I also don't think that it's an individual, you didn't want to attribute it to Trump. I don't think it's an individual thing that we operate under perverse incentive structures, and that because of the capitalistic incentive, Trump is incentivized to get into office to keep his pedophile ass out of jail, and then make as much money as he can scamming the taxpayers. He's not incentivized to go to work for us. And I would like to change that.
I think that would apply to all presidents.
Yeah, but
here's incentivized to get into power in order to bury their own scandals, because almost every politician has some scandal or another.
What scandal did Obama have?
Killing the American
citizen. Thank you. That is the one that I will absolutely agree with you on. Violation of the Constitution. That's what I said. All presidents are war criminals. I can tell you why Obama was a war criminal.
Bush, freaking 9/11. He did not respond when he should have.
Oh, because of the August briefing that told him that bin Laden was determined to attack the United States? Yeah. He bears responsibility for not being as... Because I'll throw that back to... Did you know that Clinton and Gore on 2000 on the New Year's, they thwarted some major fucking terrorist plot? Like, we don't even know all the details of that. They didn't come out and brag about it or anything. We didn't know that it happened until years later. And like...
No, I actually haven't gone back before Bush, in all honesty. I started paying attention during COVID.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Like, I was 19, and like I was interested in politics already, as I said, as president of the Young Republicans. I was 18 when September 11th happened. So like it kind of fucked with my head.
I think I was like 15.
Oh, so you're not that much younger than me.
Nope, I'm 38.
So you just started paying attention to COVID. So did you vote before then?
No, I've actually not voted for president yet. I've never seen anyone I'm willing to get behind because I've got problems with just about both parties.
Okay, well, I make the argument to you that it's not about one personality. There's not going to be a Superman that's ever going to come and save us. Like, as much as, like, I'm a Bernie stan, but, like, Bernie is not, he's just one man working within a system. There's no, it takes hard work and it takes coalition building. So I would advocate that when you vote, you're not looking at it like you're voting in the affirmative. You're voting for whatever coalition you think you can have the biggest impact trying to affect change with. And also, your presidential vote, probably not your most important vote. Senator, congressperson, way more important, and even your local elections.
Yeah. I've done local elections voting, but that's about it. And that was...
Are you libertarian?
I'm independent. I don't know really most of the things. I just view myself as independent because I don't agree with Republicans and I don't agree with Democrats.
Okay, you say, what don't you agree with Democrats about? Let's start with that.
Well, one of the things I view Democrats as more emotionally reactive and will sometimes ignore some facts because of emotions, whereas Republicans just completely ignore emotion and seem to only care about what's written down somewhere.
Okay, there's some truth to that. Let's what kind of thing? What's a topic, a position that you feel the Democrats have been emotional? Immigration. So what's your deal with immigration?
I believe that the Democrats are too emotional about the humanitarian crisis instead of what are the laws on the books. We need to have a proper balance. If you cross the border illegally, you need to be held accountable for that regardless of why you did it. I don't think the reason why or asylum should matter when you cross a border illegally.
Okay. So let me break this down a few different ways. First of all, like, the vast majority of people that are here illegally didn't cross the border. You know that, right?
Then how did they get into the country?
Overstayed their visa.
All the way around.
They were here on a work visa or a student visa and they overstayed. That's the 60, 68, 70%, something like that. It's around that number.
Okay, yeah, I can see that, but that would defeat my argument, but that's a completely different argument.
Yeah, well, like that would be like where I'm talking about, like, emotion with Republicans. They operate on emotion because it's the racism, right? So they see that there's an issue. They think people have come over here illegally. They talk about it all the time. And they think they came here to, like, take something from them, and instead they were here, like, working for some company, and they got married, and they've been in a backlog in the system. And they missed a fucking court date or something. Like, that is the overwhelming majority of the cases.
What happens when a citizen misses a court date?
They get picked up, but, like, immigration court is really fucked. Like, it's not the judicial branch. It's actually the executive branch. It's a completely separate court that they have created, and what I'm trying to tell you is that your court date might not be for fucking 6 years. It's insane. So you might fucking completely, in 6 years, you might have something crazy fucking happen to you. You're in the hospital or something, and you miss the court date because fucking life happened and it was 6 fucking years. Like, it's insane what our immigration courts go through. And there's this huge backlog of people. So you've got somebody that was trying to do it the right way, that, you know, was working, probably has a job, has a family.
Yeah. I do agree, but
we need reform in our immigration system in order to make sure those people we don't treat those people like criminals. And that's what Republicans want to do.
What I believe we need to do is stop immigration, get through this backlog, and then start bringing in more people.
Whoa. Why do you think we need to stop immigration? Like, I don't get it.
Because if we don't stop, we're never going to get through the backlog. We don't have enough manpower. That's how we
just hire more. Like, every immigration lawyer will tell you, you just hire more judges and lawyers. That's all it is. Yeah, that's all it is.
Has that worked? Then why do we have a backlog? If that's
because we haven't done that.
Why haven't we done it?
Because fucking it was incredibly overwhelmed. Because we just don't have the infrastructure for it.
People are coming
because Republicans won't fund it. No. It's not that. There's not more and more people coming in every day. That's actually not true.
I mean, according to the statistics, the number of people who come across the border yearly.
How many people came across? So, well, I mean, not last year, but like in 2024. How many people came across?
Do you want me to look it up?
Yeah, do it. Yeah, look it up.
Okay.
I think you're going to be really surprised. Like, specifically border crossings is what you're looking for, right? Because remember, the majority overstayed their visa.
Give me 1 sec.
I mean, like, it's gonna surprise you, man, because it's really not that high of a number. It's tens of thousands.
Let's see. The U.S. encounters significantly fell in 2024, with the southwestern borders encounters dropping to 2.1 million in the fiscal year, with a 14% decrease from 2023.
2.1?
2.1 million.
That's all border encounters, is what you're saying. So that's asylum seekers too, because that's separate.
Yeah.
Because once again, seeking asylum is legal, and I can explain that one to you. Because this is a crazy thing. If you go back and look at the countries people are seeking asylum from, and if you research their history, you're gonna find our CIA about 50-60 years ago involved in like overthrowing their system of government and installing a dictator. We literally made a name for it. We call it banana republics, right?
Yep. We have had our hands in the cookie jar of just about politics worldwide.
So that's why I have a real, like, I don't give a shit if people from a country we fucked up want to come here. I don't care. I'm very libertarian in the sense that, like, I don't think a government can tell me where I want to live. If I want to live anywhere in the world, it's my God-given right as a human being that I can go park my big-ass dick in whatever fucking country, city I want. So why can I tell somebody else that they can't come into my country?
Because if you go to any other country without a passport...
Well, a passport's different than, like, not letting people across the border. That's completely different.
I mean, well, if I'm not 100% on this, I just randomly heard, but Scotland apparently did not take in any of the immigrants a while back, and they bragged about that. I think that was the Arabs.
What state do you live in?
Missouri.
And you're worried about immigrants?
Yeah.
In the fucking whitest state in the country.
Yes, because immigrants go everywhere in the country. They're not just in the border states.
Have you ever even seen an immigrant, man? I've been to Missouri.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. There's St. Louis there. It's not all Branson.
Yeah. But But I mean, I don't have a problem with people coming to our country, applying for asylum and all that, going through the legal port of entry. My only problem is when they don't come to a legal port of entry. That's my biggest beef. That's my main beef, is when you don't.
I mean,
come to
that's
a legal port of entry.
pretty fucking
or
rare.
You don't go at least try to go and get your paperwork updated.
I just like, why? I don't.
Because I have to go and update my paperwork all the time for my car, my license, and everything else. So I expect everyone else in this country to have to update their paperwork too and stay legal.
I don't give a shit. I know Louis C.K., horrible person. He made women watch him masturbate. But he said something in one of his shows one time. It was like, the only time you look in someone else's bowl is to make sure they have enough. And I really like that. I like that saying.
I will admit, I do tend to have opinions about things that don't actually affect me on a day-to-day basis.
Hey, you
But I
shouldn't do
believe
that.
Everyone's entitled to it.
Hey, you're entitled to it, but that doesn't mean you should. Well, what is it?
The exact same thing. You're presenting your arguments and your.
What is it? What's his name says in Jurassic Park? Spend all their time if they could, and they didn't ask if they should. I fucked it up. Goldblum's line.
All I know is just because you should do something doesn't mean you, or just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
Yeah. That's it. That's close to the line.
Yep, that's the one I go by. But I mean,
So that's what I'm saying. Like, just because you're entitled to your opinion doesn't mean you should have that opinion. And if you okay, let me pose this to you. Like, you had this opinion on immigration, but yet it didn't seem that, like, you had educated yourself on it. Because, like, I threw out the statistic about, like, the most people overstayed their visas. Like, don't you think if that's an issue, like, you're passionate about, you owe it to yourself to be educated on it?
To me, that's, if you didn't go and update your legal documents, that's a completely different argument than immigration, because you have failed to uphold your end of the agreement of the immigration. It just like if I refuse to go update my taxes and all that, I would be held accountable for that. I mean,
like, the IRS, like, people act like the IRS is like all these big baddies, and they are if, like, you do fucking something crazy, but like, you fuck up on your taxes, they'll just make you pay, like, whatever you owed next year. Like, it's not like they're gonna come get you and put you in jail.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same thing about the immigrants. I mean, as long as you don't really fuck anything up, until here recently, we weren't actively hunting down the people who were here illegally. We weren't trying to get them to update their information. We weren't.
Yeah, why should we be actively hunting people down for, like, meaningless nonsense? Why should we uproot people's lives and put them in a bind? Have you ever been to jail, man?
Nope.
Dude, you should spend a night in jail, man. I got busted one time for driving on a suspended license because my friend wasn't in any condition to drive, and I had just not paid a ticket and didn't realize it. So
I had my license suspended for that.
Yeah. So it's easy to happen, right? So spend a night in jail. It's fucking torture, dude.
Yeah, I bet. I would hate it. It's like, I don't understand. I mean, I do understand, but at the same time, I don't understand how I could be thrown in a cage just for making a mistake.
Aren't you the one advocating throwing people in a cage for making a mistake with immigration?
No, I'm not saying throw them in a cage. I'm saying send them back, and then they have to come through the legal process.
I mean, like, a lot of people, like, do you think, like, your life is good if you're fleeing on foot? Don't you think there's something like a cartel is going to cut your head off or something if you're fleeing?
And why did you come to America if you don't trust America to protect you?
But they do trust America to protect them.
So
that's why they're coming here.
Their document.
Do what?
Why wouldn't they be updating their documents? Why wouldn't they be coming to the legal point of entry?
Well, I mean, which are we talking about now? Are we talking about people that overstayed their visa? Or are we talking about people that... We're talking about, like, people that seek asylum?
Let's talk about the visas first. if you were fleeing from something and genuinely feared for your life, would you not continue to update your legal information so you could stay here and not be sent back to the place you were fleeing from?
Once again, that's the claiming asylum, and you come in here, and this is what was called catch and release under Obama, and Republicans made it sound real shitty,
Well, I mean,
right?
he did deport a lot more people.
Oh yeah. Obama deported a lot more people. Like, I used to call him Deporting McDrone Strike. That was my name for him. Believe me, I protest all the presidents. I'm very fair-handed, I think.
I literally just found your show today, so.
Fair enough. And I'm glad, like, I could have ran you off, but I'm glad you stuck around. Maybe I've won you over now.
I just like to debate. I mean, we have a difference in opinion, but we agree on a lot of stuff, and that's how I've always basically felt. Is I agree with some stuff that.
But the immigration thing is weird to me. Like, why is that something that you're so passionate about?
Because if I don't update my paperwork, there is punishment. So I expect that to be the same law applied to everyone.
And again, if you don't update your paperwork, they're not going to put you in jail until way down the line. The government's going to give you every chance in the world.
Yeah, but you were already saying 6 years later. So that's already long down the road.
That's what I'm saying, but like it's our government being inefficient. If we made it easier, then people would take advantage of the system. We don't make it easy at all. Do you know about piracy, man? Do you ever use a torrent site or Napster or LimeWire?
Yes, I know about that piracy.
Okay, so piracy almost went extinct in the late 2010s.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nobody was using Pirate Bay or anything. The reason why was because, like, Netflix was awesome. It was cheap. It was accessible. The interface worked constantly. You had Hulu. They were good services, and people were willing to pay at that price point. But then the companies got greedy, man. They started, like, they make the interface worse on purpose because they want you to spend more time. Blah, blah, blah. Fucking Steam is horrible like that, right? So it's called the enshittification of the internet.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot the point I was making. So piracy. So people will do things the legal way if you make it easy for them and make it worth their while. But they will resort to piracy if you don't make the legal way better. So that's on us as a country to make the system better.
Yes, and one of the problems we face is that backlog you brought up.
And the reason we have the backlog is because the Republicans don't want to make the system better because they want to be racist and kick people out. And then they use the bigotry of the Fox News audience. They play to their fears of immigrants and shit in order to get them riled up. They tell them about caravans coming and shit.
Is there anyone in the world that you do not want to come to America?
Who am I to tell anybody they can't go anywhere?
Would you accept Hitler coming to this country? How about Putin?
Well, I mean, if we know that's who they are, that's
the problem. How do we know? We have to look into it. We have to go through the process.
Not everybody's Hitler or Stalin, man. You know who Hitler and Stalin are.
I agree. But I'm saying if we don't go through the process and we just make it easy so people will end up slipping through that we don't notice. It's one of the problems I have with the current justice system is people who are guilty slip through the cracks because of the complication. Or it's
brother, so this is you and I seeing things differently. I'm way more concerned about the shit ton of innocent people that we lock up on the quest to get the guilty people than I am the guilty people that get off. Hands down, 100%. I think that like one innocent person having to serve a sentence for things they didn't do, and we lock up thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that are innocent constantly for shit they didn't do.
We do it.
Just one is a shame.
Yes. But that is the system that has been built. I don't like it either. It's one of the reasons why I don't get too involved into politics, but I do tend to argue these days.
Well, you should get involved in politics because then we can make the system better. But I have to educate you on how things work. And like, our prison systems are fucked up. There are people profiting off of keeping people in cages. Do you? Okay, so they call China an authority.
All about prisons is 13th Amendment gives the right of the government to enslave people, and then we sell those slaves to private business owners.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Oh yeah, that's totally fucked up. But look, so like they say that China is an authoritarian country, right?
Mm-hmm.
It has like 3 times our population. We have more people in prison than China does. They have 3 times our population.
Yeah.
So the problem is not that we're letting guilty people slip through. It is that we're locking up way too many people.
I do agree with that. We are locking up way too many people. The law has become way too complex. It's supposed to be what a reasonable average person understands, but then you need a lawyer to translate legalese.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing. And you don't really need a lawyer, but then again, like we have an issue in this country in that like most people don't read on a 4th grade level. I found this out the other day. It blew my mind, and then like I went and took like I'm like above a high school level or above like blah 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 level when I took that little test. And as if it means anything, it's a stupid little internet test, right? But like,
yeah,
that's an issue. I've defended myself in court more than once.
Yeah, and it can be done.
It
but
can.
Did you have to research a lot before you could do it?
Not really. Well, also like philosophy degree, like that's what all the pre-law kids, and like if I was to go back to school now, I'd go to law school. So like I've worked in news for almost 30 years, and specifically court. I like hit on a lot of women that worked in the courthouse and went out with several and spent a lot of time in courtrooms. Watch a lot of body cam and shit now.
Yeah, I've been watching more and more. It keeps popping up on my YouTube feed. So politics.
That's probably how you found me then.
Games. Yeah, I used to do nothing but anime and games on YouTube, and then I started watching politics.
What kind of games you play?
Now,
have a real debate.
I like my RPGs and the open world.
Okay, you and I are on the same thing. See, I'm a Sony fanboy because they do an action adventure RPG better than anybody. I like a God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn, that kind of thing.
I like those. My personal favorite so far has been Skyrim or Oblivion.
Skyrim, okay. Like I dug Skyrim, but I would have to say that The Witcher 3 outdid Skyrim.
Oh yeah. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Yeah,
that's such a good game.
I played way more Skyrim because of the mods. So, but yeah, Witcher 3 was just perfect without mods.
The side quests are so well done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I gotta get back on politics. This is the political show. So, are you gonna vote in the next presidential election?
I'm not 100%. I'll have to figure it out, but probably end up.
Is immigration the thing you're going to be voting on? Because please don't.
No.
We got a fucked up economy because Republicans really shit all over everything.
I blame both sides for the current mess ups because both sides have been in power over the past 20 years and things have not gotten better when either one was in power. I think the problem that this country faces is we only have 2 political parties, which causes the teeter-totter effect.
So I have a shit ton of problems with Democrats, but you just you said both are the issue. But did you know Democrats created something like 50 million jobs in the last 25 years, and Republicans have created like 1 million? Did you know that every time a Republican has been in office in my lifetime, every time they have wrecked the economy and started a war, every single one?
What war did Trump start in his first term?
Okay, fair enough. He didn't actually start a war.
I do-
Boy, did he bomb Yemen. Boy, did he take out the Iran. He did his best to
continued
start a
bombing,
war.
and I absolutely detest that. But I will admit, I give him credit for trying to end the wars. I mean, I don't.
No,
particularly like Trump. I
no,
don't
not
like
really.
The way he talked, but at least he was putting an.
I mean, he's attacked 7 different countries since he's been back in office. I think he was more restrained in his other term because he actually had a cabinet of people that knew what they were doing. You know, you can disagree with John Kelly, but he was a smart man.
Yeah. I do agree. He was far more restrained during his first term than he is this term.
Because he had just run-of-the-mill neocons in there. But, Obama, when he was in office, man, the economy got better. Our GDP grew. Unemployment went down. Our people talk about gas prices. The lowest gas prices we've seen were $1.18 in February or March of 2016 when Obama was in his last year.
Yeah, and then that continued under Trump. He kept the prices low. He kept inflation.
No. The lowest point was spring of 2016. They were relatively low throughout Trump's first term, but the lowest point was under Obama. Yeah, 93% of all jobs have been created under Democratic presidents. It's insane, man. And I've experienced it myself. Our economy is better under Democrats, hands down, 100% every time.
I do agree that they have strengths in certain things. They are definitely part of the balance we need, but I also believe that Republicans and their opinions are also needed, and we need to...
No, they're not. Republicans are idiots. Republicans are complete fucking idiots that want to inspect your genitals, and they elected a pedophile president. So, I mean, they've lost all credibility,
I'm not sure
dude.
where you're getting that. I really don't know where the pedophile comes from.
You're joking, right?
Trump is not Jeffrey Epstein. He was banned from Epstein's Island.
You know that's not true, right?
Epstein was definitely banned from Trump's clubs, though.
No, he wasn't. Man, I have Trump on video just a couple months ago saying I had no idea what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. I did not know about it because I know what you're talking about. One of Epstein's attorneys, or one of the attorneys for one of the accused, somebody in the Florida case, came forward and said that Trump cooperated and gave testimony or some shit. But it also came out in the Epstein files. They talked about whether they had Trump in deposition, and he said he never knew what Epstein was doing.
Okay.
In a deposition that was one of the files that Trump refuses to release. Because he's in violation of the Epstein files, of the Epstein Transparency Act.
Trump was involved with Epstein.
I mean, brother, if there's 20 pictures of him with his arm around a pedophile.
If we're going to go after one, let's go after the
Okay, cool, yeah, but he's the president right now.
Epstein, and I know Bill Clinton was involved with him.
Of course, no, I think Bill Clinton, okay, first of all, fuck Bill Clinton. If he was guilty of anything, put him in jail. It seems like he was fucking Ghislaine. Because every picture I see is him buddy with Ghislaine. So I don't like this false equivalency. Bill Clinton is not the president right now, but I'm all for if he did something wrong, put him in jail. Trump absolutely did something wrong. There are multiple accusations against him that he is refusing to release in violation of the Bipartisan Epstein Transparency Act passed by Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna.
Again, I'm going to have to look it back up because I'm pretty sure they found no connection.
Wrong.
Other
Wrong.
than
Numerous allegations, including one the FBI found it credible that a young girl bit Donald Trump's penis. That was found credible. Now, there was another one where, like, Trump was with Jeffrey Epstein, they threw a baby in the lake or something. That wasn't credible. But they haven't released the credible ones. Once again, Trump is in violation. He's withholding millions of documents in violation of the Epstein Transparency Act because he's all over
I
them.
do agree we need those files, but I don't
Because he's all over them.
just Trump
Oh,
because
hold
all
on.
those people involved.
Why would you not think that Trump is guilty?
I'm just saying.
Okay, hold on. Trump, let me give you all the evidence, okay? So Trump is on tape saying that he just grabs it. Hold on, let me explain everything. Trump is on tape saying he grabs women by the pussy. He's on tape saying that he walks in on teenage girls in beauty pageants so that he can see them naked. He's on tape saying, like a 13-year-old, he's like, I'll be dating her in a few years. He's on tape saying creepy ass shit about his own daughter when she was underage. All those things are true, correct?
He's a creep.
All those things are true, correct?
I don't 100% know if they are, but I'll accept it.
Everything I just said is a fact, and you can look it up, and they are all on tape. Him, like, joking on Howard Stern. So his exact quote about Jeffrey Epstein, great guy, he also loves his ladies young like me.
I just say the focus
Not only-
is the problem. We need to focus on all of them.
I'm
Everyone who-
cool, man, but there is one man who is the president, and there is one man who is blocking the release of the Epstein files in violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, and he is a
Wasn't
pedophile
it released under Biden?
because they were under seal
If they
until
had turned on
2024.
Trump, why did they
Man,
not release it under Biden?
because they were under court seal until 2024.
What? That's the first I've heard of that one. I'm gonna definitely have to look that one up.
You should, because you don't actually look into things, so you don't know what's going on. They were under seal until 2024. Why would you bring up Biden when Trump is in violation of the Epstein Transparency? Man, it's weird to me that you have this need to defend Trump when all the evidence is that he is a fucking pedophile. He is a con man.
And I think the others in politics are too, and I don't trust any of them. I don't really care about the fact that Trump is president right now. There's going to be another president.
That
They'll
is
release the
stupid.
information, and then we will
Buddy,
find out, and
Joe Biden
the rest of it
is not a pedophile. Obama wasn't a pedophile.
Okay, how about Bill Clinton? I mean,
I don't know for sure. I don't like you're giving Trump the benefit of a doubt.
who else?
There aren't creepy quotes about Bill Clinton. Man, why are you getting upset? They're not Trump like
Because
Bill
you're
Clinton
always
doesn't have
on a
creepy
single
quotes about how he
person.
wants
You
to
won't
fuck
look at
underage
anyone
girls.
else.
Why do you want me to focus on someone? Trump is the president right now and violating the Transparency Act. That's the pretty big fucking issue. He is literally our biggest problem.
How did Jeffrey Epstein die?
If someone killed him, who had the power to kill him? It would be the man who oversees the DOJ, Donald Trump. He was president
Was
at
Donald
the
Trump
time.
the president when was
Yes.
he? I
Yes.
didn't think he was. I thought he died right before that.
No.
Okay.
Epstein died in 2019. That's another thing. You told me like Biden was responsible for the riots in 2020 and Trump was president in 2020. Yeah, Holiday's like he died.
Hmm?
Oh, Holiday may think that Jeffrey Epstein's not dead.
Ah. No, my problem is the Epstein thing has been messed up since the beginning. They blamed one man for a cartel. Okay, who was he buying and selling from? Or trafficking to? That's my problem. Why haven't we even uncovered the ring that he was a part of? We only...
Oh, I would love that. I want to know the
person who-
financials. Like, there's a whole financial network. Yeah, I want to know all that. But, like, the way we get to that is Trump.
Unfortunately, right now, yes,
And
we
I
have to go through it.
And I think having a pedophile con man as a president is a real issue, and you seem to not, and that's weird to me.
Because there's no conviction to prove that he's a pedophile. I don't assume he's guilty without evidence. And just because you have pictures of him together with a man,
I gave you all the evidence, man. I gave again.
You told me
I'm
there
not
was a
even
bunch of
done.
pictures, a bunch of people
I'm not
talking
even
about.
done. You cut me off before I could finish. He gave the prosecutor that got Jeffrey Epstein off in 2008. He gave him a cabinet position. His name was Alex Acosta. He was the labor secretary. Why would Trump reward the prosecutor that got Jeffrey Epstein off? Did you know that Jeffrey Epstein said that Trump and him remained friends up until Trump was in the White House?
No, that was way before Trump.
Michael Wolff published that in a book just a couple years ago.
I don't read political books, so that's my bad.
Well, I'm just like, yeah, like you have these opinions on things, but you're not educated on the facts. And then you're getting upset with me when I actually know what I'm talking about. Do you see?
I think a lot of it is the framing.
What do you mean framing?
You
Trump is a pedophile. Trump is a
try and
pedophile.
Find anything and everything to blame the one person for it, but you're not looking at the rest.
But I
I
am.
understand. He's the president. He's the one who's in charge.
But brother, you're
else
making an.
was wrong?
Hold on. You just found me today. We've talked about Les Wexner. We've talked about Bill Gates. Bill Gates gave deposition just the other day in front of Congress. Like, I do focus on the other people, so horrible argument.
Fair enough.
Yeah, what you got now? Once again, Trump is a pedophile, and that's weird to me because you keep bringing up Bill Clinton. Like, there is like no evidence other than a couple of pictures, and once again, he's like looking like he's flirtatious with Ghislaine, not buddying up with Jeffrey in the pictures that have been
I'm
released.
pretty sure
So you
Bill
keep coming
Clinton
back to
was in the
Bill
Fight
Clinton.
Club.
You don't want to give Bill Clinton the benefit of the doubt, but you want to give Trump, who is an adjudicated rapist,
I haven't-
who's
I
made
haven't
all
started to
kinds of
go after
creepy
Bill Clinton.
comments about kids, who there's numerous accusations of him raping kids, man, including the one that Dan Goldman read into the Congressional Record just a few months ago.
Yeah. And
That
people
the
make
FBI
allegations
found
all the
credible.
time that are not true. Just because someone accuses you of committing a crime does not mean you have committed a crime. You must be found guilty. Has Trump been found guilty of pedophile?
You apply that standard to Trump, who I just gave you a mountain of evidence, including all the comments he has made, the creepy comments, walking in on young girls, adjudicated rapist.
And I call him creepy.
He won't release the files. Like, he's a pedophile. But you will jump to conclusions and call Bill Clinton a pedophile. That's weird to me.
No, I have not called him a pedophile. I've called him creepy. I've called them both creepy.
But you keep wanting to talk about Bill Clinton. Like, you keep making a false equivalency.
Epstein as well.
It's like I keep saying, like, the Democrats have created a shit ton of jobs and grown our GDP, and the Republicans wrecked the
That has nothing
economy.
to do with
And
this
you make
topic.
both of them seem like they're the same, and they're not.
When it comes to Epstein, I'm saying until they've already buried all the evidence about who is
Who is
involved with
they?
Epstein.
Who is if it's
I don't
they,
know.
it's Trump.
Was Trump the one who started the investigation into Epstein?
What investigation?
happen
There's
before
multiple investigations. There's a New Mexico
Exactly,
investigation
and
going
Trump
on right
started
now.
it.
There's an investigation going on in England. There's brother, I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I am saying we all don't know because they haven't released who.
I
is
do
the
know.
president.
I do know that Trump is a pedophile.
Name all the clients. Name all
Huh?
the clients. Name all Epstein's clients.
I
Name more
don't.
than just Trump.
Well, Trump is blocking the release of the files that would tell us that.
So you don't know. We don't know yet. So it's all speculation on both our sides. I don't know
Okay,
if I'm
okay.
right. I
At the
don't-
very
I don't know.
at the very least, he told Marjorie Taylor Greene he can't release the Epstein files because his friends would get hurt. So can you at least admit that Trump loves
Yes,
being friends with
definitely. I
pedophiles?
believe that there were definitely high-profile both Republicans and Democrats who were involved.
Why
in
do you
Epstein.
keep
I
wanting
think
to make
all
this false
correct.
equivalency?
What do you mean?
You keep wanting to Republicans and Democrats. You can't focus on the one issue that we have a pedophile president right now.
Because there's more than one pedophile in power, according to your logic.
Yeah, man. A fucking Howard Lutnick went to Pedophile Island. We found that out. He took his family. He said he cut a Howard Lutnick is the Treasury Secretary under Trump right now. Or I'm no, the Commerce Secretary. He's the Commerce Secretary under Trump right now. And Trump gave him a cabinet position. He said he cut off ties with Jeffrey Epstein. When the files got released, we found out that he went to Pedophile Island with his family in 2014. And that's fucking 7 years after Epstein was already convicted.
Yes, and there were numerous other people. So, yes, I do not like that Trump is...
Okay, cool. I have a problem with the current people in power that are definitely pedophiles. And I think we should focus there right now.
Both sides.
Why do you keep saying, but who do I need to focus on the Democratic side?
You got the list? We don't know. I refuse to say that only one side is involved. I'm not saying only one side is involved. I'm saying one is very much responsible in covering it up right now. Yes, I agree. I'm agreeing with that. But
and also, I don't know that the Democrats have ever. Hold on. I also don't know that the Democrats have ever elected a pedophile, and I can tell you two off the top of my head that the Republicans have elected. Dennis Hastert is currently serving time, not for being a child molester, but he is an admitted child molester. He was the Speaker of the House for the Republicans in the 2000s. Admitted pedophile.
He could go to jail.
He's in jail right now. Give me the equivalent on the Democratic side.
I don't know. We don't have the data. We don't have the list. That's my...
But I'm able to tell you two incredibly high-profile Republicans, the president and the Speaker of the House, the president and then the third in line in the chain of command, were pedophiles in the last 20 years.
I did not vote for any of them.
But you think the two parties are the same?
I think that both parties were connected to Epstein, yes.
Who was connected to Epstein that I need to be worried about?
I've already brought up Bill Clinton.
On the There's not any accusation. Bill Clinton's not bragging about how much he loves young girls. There's not any accusations. I have never heard a single accusation about Bill Clinton, but there's numerous, including...
Flight log.
Huh?
Because that's where Bill Clinton's name pops up, is in the flight logs to Jeffrey Epstein's island.
I don't think he's in the flight logs, is he? He flew on the plane, but not to the island.
No, Hillary never went to the island, but she did fly on the plane. But Bill went to the island.
I'm not sure that's correct, but also, once again, I'm saying I haven't heard anybody make an accusation about Bill Clinton. There are at least 30 about Trump.
Yeah, no one's making any accusations about anyone other than Trump, and that's my beef. That's why I tend to defend the man, is because you're only...
Well, that would indicate that Bill Clinton didn't have any victims, wouldn't it?
No. That just means that the victims haven't come forward.
Why would victims come forward for Trump and not Clinton?
Because they want to... the DOJ would love to throw... Trump in jail, so they're willing to encourage people to come
Trump
forward.
Runs the DOJ. He named his personal lawyer as the attorney general. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, and they're still investigating him, right? Did he shut down all the investigations against him?
Yes. Also, he was guilty. You know he's guilty in all those investigations, right?
No, because most of the investigations came back and said that they didn't have a connection. The Russian hoax?
Wrong.
He was impeached for that.
Wrong. There were over 100 connections between the campaign and Russia.
Illegal criminal action.
But there were criminal actions against him for January 6th, for trying to steal the election, for holding classified documents.
I'm talking about... You confused me right there.
He was arrested for holding classified documents.
Yeah.
He was arrested for trying to interfere in the election in Georgia.
And what was the ultimate conclusion of that?
It got dropped when he got reelected president. Idiots reelected him president to keep him out of jail, and I will never forgive the people that did that. That man deserves to rot.
Well, I'm going to let you go, man, because I got to use the restroom. And it's been a great conversation.
Yeah, because you can't defend a pedophile con man, dude. It's weird.
I don't think you have any evidence of the pedophile.
I gave you a fucking mountain of evidence, dude. That's insane.
Anyways, you have a great day. I'll keep watching your show. And maybe
Bro,
we'll
yeah,
talk again
dude.
sometime.
It was a fun conversation. Have a good one.
Yep. Bye.
Richard over on the YouTube. Flash, good to see you, my friend. Fuzzy Simba. Shelly. Crix, my man. DJ Dub, good to see you. Avalon, always a pleasure. Arthur Mills. OJ never killed anyone either. Oh, fuck. Fire Resist. Princess Kimberly. Arthur Mills, there are several people in my community who I think would enjoy your work. We need to hook up sometime so I can promote you if you want the promotion. Just throwing it out there. Kaya. Dragon Wizard. Friends, good to see everybody. I'm still trying to scroll up. I've been on the Discord chat. Holiday. Anonymously. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Nobody wanted to hang up on him, so. Gender fluid. Princess Kimberly. I'm not hot enough.
You're Willie Nelson High. You're smoking some of the best dope God ever put breath in.
We hadn't had a call. Discord chat in a while, so that was fun. Let's do the news. I love how he ended up agreeing with me on everything about the reflecting pool, though. And that, yeah, that's absolutely Trump's fault. Why the fuck can the UK not keep a prime minister? That's a great question.
The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Sir Keir Starmer was supposed to be the poster child of moderate, stable UK politics. After the turmoil of COVID, Brexit, and 5 different Conservative Prime Ministers, Starmer's Labour Party won the 2024 election by a landslide, with a promise to bring stability to the country.
Change begins now.
What, it's 6 prime ministers in the last 10 years. But if you go back like 20 years, you go back to like Tony Blair, then there was Gordon Brown, there were several others. Like it's like 9 in the past 20 years. That's still a fucking lot.
Yet now, just 2 years into his tenure, he's announced his resignation, opening the door for the 6th Prime Minister the UK has had in just 7 years.
He's like a non-cognitively impaired Biden. Pretty much.
Starmer's biggest problem was his communications.
Richard hit the nail on the head, and that's one of the reasons why he failed so miserably, is that he's just yet another milquetoast liberal pushing the same old, what are they calling it now? They've repackaged it over here, and they're calling it abundance. And, like, those ideas don't work. And it's a rebranding of capitalism, and it doesn't serve the people anymore.
Style. He was a very dry, wooden speaker. He spoke from scripts, and that left him extremely vulnerable in an era of populist politicians.
So what went wrong for Starmer? And who could be the next UK Prime Minister?
Starmer really promised to bring a period of normalcy back to the UK. Britain had cycled through numerous prime ministers since Brexit, and Starmer was saying that he could bring a bit of calm back to British politics, which would then allow for the country to be better governed.
This depends upon politicians, particularly those who stand for stability and moderation, as I do.
That calm ultimately lasted just a matter of weeks.
Starmer came under fire for receiving
Yeah, that's when he took office, wasn't it?
Just worth of free
did he even make it a year?
Including clothing for his wife, soccer tickets, Taylor Swift tickets, and over $3,000 worth of glasses, much of which he ended up paying back.
The optics were immediately bad because Starmer had come in promising a new era of seriousness in British politics, but here he was having his glasses and his suits paid for by a donor, so immediately the public...
Serotonin, welcome in. You know what? Since you're here, let's light one up, tip one back in honor of your Prime sub. If you guys do have the Prime, I need to, there needs to be a thing that pops up and tells you. If you have the Prime, give me your Bezos bucks if you're not subbed to somebody else with it, because it's free money. If you are a Prime subscriber, you get one free sub to Twitch. I highly encourage you to use it on somebody in this community. Will not hurt my feelings if it's somebody else that is super cool, a Globus, an Igloo, a Dave. Spread the love around. I try to always remember to use mine. I very rarely turn on Amazon, and it's usually I'll just need to order something and they'll give it to me. I usually get it free whenever I get it turned on. So it's really cool because it's totally free money. So you get the free sub, and I got the free trial of Prime anyway. I try to always remember to go and give my sub away. Ooh, Richard, you pose such a getting us to a parliamentary system. It's something I would like to see, but I don't think it's going to work for America. And I'm sorry to everyone who's heard me say this before. I'm going to run it down again. My proposal: be the American way, because you got to appeal to the individual nature, right? Here's how you get a UBI, and here's how you get more democracy into our system. You abolish the House of Representatives. You replace it with a program where you keep the Senate. The Senate can propose the bills and everything, do all the committee hearings and shit like that. But they have to put everything in front of a vote for the people. I know why you say that, but hear me out, Flash. We replace the House of Representatives with a program we all log into. You log into with your social security number. We all vote on everything. Oh shit, we got a hype train going on. Let's run a train. I love the graphic. I love the hype train graphic. It makes me so happy. So everyone would log in. They'd have to vote on bills. And what, you'd still have your elected representatives. You'd have your 2 senators from every state. Now, if you abolish the House of Representatives, let's make a little change to the Senate and make it proportional. You get 1 senator for blah, 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 however many people, and we'll work it out that way. Serotonin Twitch lowered the threshold for setting off a hype train for some reason. Maybe California has 6 senators and Idaho has 1 senator, some shit like that. But you need an elected person, you need committees and shit. Ah, okay, yeah, Flash, that would make sense. Yeah, I'm not out here telling you to donate to me or sub. You're welcome to if you want to. I appreciate all the support. I don't like asking people for money, and I want to monetize. You know, if I get big enough streaming, I want to monetize it in other ways. I'll sell advertising. I make video ads for people anyway, so I'll sell like, oh, I will make a video for your company, your small company that I'm going to and selling my advertising directly. I'll make the video, and then you run X amount of ads for X amount of dollars for 3 months, 6 months, whatever. I've thought about being mobile. That would be cool, but I really need constant internet, and it's really expensive. I'm glad you brought up the algae pool.
I want to bring in Norm Eisen. He's the attorney representing former U.S. Olympian David Hearn, who was arrested Friday for allegedly tampering with a reflecting pool. We should note Norm investigated Trump as counsel to House Judiciary Committee in the first impeachment of the trial of Donald Trump and litigated cases involving him previously. So, Norm, can you just give us a recap of what your client, what David was doing on Friday when he was arrested? What does he say he was doing?
David is, as you know, Anderson, a decorated Olympian. He was on a long bike ride, as thousands of people do a day. As a concerned citizen, he went to check out this mess that Donald Trump has created of the reflecting pool. He did not.
Yeah, Donald Trump created it.
He did nothing that in a more normal time or even a few days ago was unusual. And every American should be concerned at these kinds of crackdowns by the administration. There's been a long pattern of this administration targeting innocent individuals. Attorney General Tish James, FBI Director Jim Comey.
Well, so
the president is the latest.
The president said that somebody cut a 250-foot thing with a knife, that other people have been tampering with knives. Did your client use any tool to peel off?
Look how nasty that is.
No, of course not, Anderson. And there'll be ample proof he could not have dragged a 250-foot knife line down this pool. He did nothing unusual, nothing different. It appears that law enforcement was there in order to find an excuse for the president to make these claims without evidence, Anderson. But we're talking about
when he,
real
let me just
human
ask,
lives here.
When he was arrested, did he have any large paint chips on him? I mean, these are questions I never thought I would be asking, but
apparently a duck died in it. I don't want to see a dead duck in the reflecting pool.
A piece of
get those animals out of there.
No, of course not, Anderson. This is a meritless prosecution. We will get into all the details in court. Every American should be concerned about this kind of thing. And of course, as you pointed out, there's no evidence for the things that the president has said. Anderson, is my client responsible for those horrendous algae blooms or creating this perfect storm in the pool or having a composite material that is coming up off the bottom of the pool? Of course not. He's a cyclist who was going by, a concerned citizen. Curious,
so what happened,
as Americans are, about this mess.
What happened over the course of the 5 hours that he was held?
Well, he was wrongly detained, and he was eventually released, as they must do. He was issued misdemeanor citations, and we'll be back in court to contest those.
Richard, that's what the person that called in was on the Discord earlier. That was their issue. I had made a video where I said that Trump called to jail himself because he was calling for the person who destroyed the reflecting pool to be put in jail. And our friend now, I'm glad we made friends. I guess, other than he doesn't think Trump's a pedophile, which is odd to me because seems pretty obvious. But he didn't think that, Trump himself didn't pour the hydrogen peroxide in it.
He's innocent. He's done nothing wrong. And it's terrible that they're doing this to American people with these baseless charges, Anderson. By the way, he's represented our country. He's a decorated Olympian. He did nothing improper, illegal, or wrong in this situation.
Yeah. Didn't even think about that. He's a decorated Olympian. Done far more for this country than Donald Trump. Hands down. Far more of a real American. I will salute you, Olympian.
Situation and profoundly.
And let me just ask you: the president has said there are photos. He wasn't specifying necessarily, as I understand. I don't believe he was specifying your client in particular. Do you believe there are any photos which would implicate your client?
There are no. My client did nothing wrong. He broke no laws. There are no photos that implicate him in any wrongdoing. Anderson, people have been checking out what is going on in that corrupt mess at the reflecting pool made on a no-bid contract with one of Donald Trump's cronies from Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, with one of his donors.
Affair, and blame is being cast about. Davey did nothing wrong here.
I just the brazen corruption, and then I have to hear about Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton ain't been in office in 26 years, has held no power whatsoever. And again, yes, he apparently was pals with Jeffrey Epstein. As I said, he's in pictures looking like he's got the fuck me eyes for Ghislaine. There aren't any accusers. There aren't any accounts of him doing anything improper. So why should I care about Bill Clinton? What's the deal with the false equivalency? Why does there I think it's better to have Democrats in power. They're better for the economy. And I understand if it's a difference of opinion in the issues you care about. The issues I care about are labor and health care. And those are the two, criminal justice reform. Those are the issues Democrats will be most receptive to. Like, Republicans aren't going to be receptive to that shit, so of course I want Democrats in power. But if immigration is the first thing you think of, I guess, you're going to vote for a Republican, but that doesn't make any sense. Why would immigration be the first issue you would think of? Flash, were you the one that pointed out he didn't dispute that he was a con man? There's a con I haven't had a chance to talk about yet. The Lux Resort in Albania. I've been wanting to talk about this for 2 weeks now. They have been protesting a planned resort that the Trump kids are wanting to do in Albania.
Welcome back, everyone. It has been dubbed the Flamingo Revolution, and over the weekend, tens of thousands of Albanians once again joined huge anti-government protests. Now in their fourth week, the protests were first sparked by plans for a $4 billion luxury resort planned in part by President Trump's daughter Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared Kushner to be built on Albania's only big island in the Adriatic Sea and a nearby coastal area that's part of a nature preserve. The project now faces accusations of corruption and illegal development. Our Patrick Reevell visited the island for a first-hand look at what's at stake in tonight's Prime Focus.
We're skimming across the blue waters of the Adriatic Sea when we see it. An unspoiled paradise isle.
This is it. This is the island. This is how Ivanka Trump says she fell in love with it when she saw it from a boat.
The island of Sazan lies a few miles off Albania's coast. From pristine turquoise waters, it rises lush, tranquil. But we have come here because the peaceful island has become a battleground.
If you could speak to Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, what would you say?
Hands off. Hands off. Albania is not for sale.
Nearly 5 years ago, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner were drawn to the island by its beauty.
We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. Over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential and transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care because the land is so beautiful.
The couple joined a multi-billion-dollar project with Albania's government to build an exclusive luxury hotel and resort on the island and a nearby peninsula. But there's a problem. The island is not, as Ivanka Trump said, private. In reality, it's public land, part of a protected nature reserve. Home to many species of birds, including flamingos.
Oh yeah, fuck
now
them.
the symbol of what activists call the Flamingo Revolution. Last month, a move by authorities to seal off part of the land sparked the protests. They quickly snowballed into broader demonstrations against the government in this tiny Balkan country, protesters demanding the removal of Albania's longtime Prime Minister, Edi Rama. For 3 weeks, tens of thousands of people have marched, angry at what they see as decades of exploitation of the country by a corrupt, wealthy elite.
This began as a protest about that luxury resort linked to Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, but it's grown into something much bigger because people here see it as emblematic of broader corruption in Albania.
Part of a broader swell of Gen Z protest movements around the world, the demonstrators say they now want bigger change.
This luxury development just showed the true colors of our government. We knew what was happening behind doors, but this showed us really what was going on in front of our faces. So it was really the cherry on top of corruption for 35 years. Yeah.
Well, it's easy to see why Ivanka Trump says she was captivated by this island. It is really, really beautiful. As you can see, it's definitely not deserted during the day. A lot of people come from the mainland on tourist boats, but the rest of it is pretty wild. It really is a sort of paradise.
When Albania was still under communist rule, Sazan was a major military base. Bunkers and tunnels riddle the island. Now a few crumbling barracks lie abandoned, signs still warn of landmines. Boatloads of tourists still visit each summer, but left abandoned, nature has largely grown wild. On the shore, we bump into Mehmet. Once a soldier at the base, he spent 20 years living on the island. He now works for an environmental group.
Jemi dakord sepse në kuptimi që sa po rri bosh, po rri e shkret, është më mirë që të bëhet investim. Po problemi është se nuk ka transparencë nga ana e qeverisë.
In 2024, Rama pushed through a controversial law allowing building in protected areas. Since then, the project has moved ahead, joined by two Qatari billionaire investors, Mutaz and Ramaz Al Hayat.
People now think that everything is happening in the same way. So an investor comes and he says that, okay, I want this, and Prime Minister doing all the laws to open the way to give to him.
For Albanians like Ava, Kushner's project became a symbol of deeper concerns. Who is Albania being developed for? Foreign investors and political elites, or ordinary Albanians? She says it resembles similar opaque projects, also vulnerable to corruption.
And the people are not against Jared Kushner, but for the whole model of investments there. We see that they are taking the land and they are building villas, they are selling villas, and people gain nothing.
Tourism now accounts for more than a fifth of Albania's GDP and has transformed parts of what is one of Europe's poorest countries. But the rapid pace of development has intensified debate over who benefits.
The Prime Minister has obviously said that this project will bring billions to Albania, that it's good for the Albanian people. I mean, clearly you don't agree with that.
At what cost, firstly? Secondly, to whom Albanians? To oligarchs? It just goes to the same people, to the same politicians, and this is not development, this is not millions for the country.
Albania's special anti-corruption prosecutors have now frozen the bank accounts of a landholding company involved in the project, owned by a Qatari billionaire. The prosecutors are investigating whether property titles may have been obtained fraudulently. A public relations firm working with Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump provided statements from a company, Sazan Real Estate Development, that represents the investors. It said, "Our goal is simple: celebrate Albania's natural beauty, create jobs and build something future generations can be proud of," adding the project's future will ultimately be determined by the Albanian people. The project, it says, remains in the planning and design phase, and that the team is still refining a process that prioritizes environmental stewardship. No conclusions, it said, should be drawn from preliminary planning materials. Kostak Konomi has lived for decades near the Zvernich wetlands where the resort project is planned to be built. The 81-year-old is one of a group of villagers who allege the proposed resort is being built on beachfront land stolen from them. Last month, he abruptly found access to the area sealed off after a fence and security guards appeared overnight.
Edhe të gjitha llojet e mashtrimeve janë përdorur këtu për ta grabitur këtë tokë. Po neve jemi këtu, jemi pronarë të vërtet saj dhe këtu do të mbetemi. Nuk lëvizim nga vendi. Jemi neve që duhet të pyetemi.
The villagers allege a company involved in the resort project illegally bought the property deeds for their land from a businessman who also claims to own them. Although a court ruled in favour of the villagers in 2013, the legal dispute is ongoing, and ABC is unable to assess who the land rightfully belongs to. Albanian prosecutors are also reportedly investigating the same businessman over suspected ties to organised crime and money laundering. In a statement, Sazan Real Estate Development said it was not the subject of any investigation and that
totally sounds like Trump's
underlying
people.
land acquisitions were conducted lawfully and in accordance with applicable procedures, adding it will cooperate with any lawful processes as required. Prime Minister Rama denies any corruption and so far has been defiant. He argues the project and similar ones are badly needed to develop the country.
It has never been a question if this will go ahead or not. This is blessed for the country, an investment of 4 billion euro in a country that has 27 and a bit more billion euro GDP speaks by itself.
Following the protests, authorities removed the fence by the wetlands and have claimed the project is paused. But the demonstrators say they won't stop until the Prime Minister leaves office, saying the whole country must change.
Do you hope that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump will do something to pull out of this project?
DJ Dub, it may have been done lawfully.
I'm sure that they will do it. It's the bare minimum now in this situation for them to pull back.
Lawfully. Yeah, they have been protesting non-stop for at least 2 weeks, I think longer. And I mean non-stop. Textilian, pantless. Welcome in. Fire resist. I tell you good evening. If I did, you get a second one. Good evening, friend. Congressman Dan Goldman. Whom I normally like. I even brought him up in the call earlier. I said Congressman Dan Goldman read one of the accusations from the Epstein files into the congressional record. But he's a Zionist. And he apparently got banned from a cafe. And he says it's because of his stance on Israel, which, yeah.
Congressman Dan Goldman stopped in Poetica Coffee in Brooklyn on Sunday with his 7-year-old daughter who used the restroom. He said they were so kind that he bought a coffee. Afterwards, Poetica's social media account posted a picture of Goldman at the cashier counter with this message. Hey, Rep. Goldman, we see that you stopped by our shop today for a coffee. Do you see how it doesn't taste like genocide juice, or are you still having a hard time telling the difference? See, here at Poetica, we don't serve racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers, or anyone in between. Too bad we didn't recognize you right away, or we would have turned you away.
100% within their rights as American citizens. A lot of coffee shops use beans grown in Israel, will source beans that go through Israel for some reason. No genocide juice
with
there.
This message. Hey, Rep. Goldman, we see that you stopped by our shop today for a coffee. Do you see how it doesn't taste like genocide juice, or are you still having a hard time telling the difference? See, here at Poetica, we don't serve racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers, or anyone in between. Too bad we didn't recognize you right away, or we would have turned you away. We issued you a refund. We don't need your money. It's probably coming from AIPAC anyways. Enjoy your loss on Tuesday. Don't ever come to Poetica. Now, that post has since been taken down, but the congressman did respond on social media. He said, "I'm sorry to see this post. The barista could not have been nicer to my 7-year-old daughter and me, allowing her to use the bathroom even though we had not purchased anything. I made sure to buy a coffee in return for her kindness. I hope you at least make sure she gets the tip that she deserved." Last night, he spoke to CNN's Laura Coates.
It's a reflection, I think, of a sad state of affairs that without knowing
Did you support genocide?
We could have had such a nice interaction. Two people, obviously from different backgrounds, different faiths, but that's what America is. And that's what New York City is. That is what I believe in. I am a strong proponent of equal rights, of civil rights, of human rights. And what is going on in the Middle East is horrific. And the idea of accusing someone who you don't know of, supporting a genocide, I mean, it's crazy.
You're a congressperson. They know what your votes are. You clearly do support genocide. To act like you don't know what that's about it's crazy.
Crazy. Now, I may disagree as to whether or not there's a genocide, but come on, we're better than this, and we need to be better than this, and we have to stop dividing.
What do you say to those who look at what's happening in Washington, D.C., and look at what's happening in the Middle East, who say that they have a vested interest in both, and equate the policies of Netanyahu with you?
Well, that's exactly the fundamental problem. Because, first of all, I've been very openly opposed to this Israeli government. But just like Donald Trump,
did you give them bombs
with the United States? Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli government is not synonymous with the country and state of Israel. I think it's really dangerous when people
his
start
primary is
conflating
today.
the
We're going to take the Karnacki cam here in about 20 minutes.
American Jews who have absolutely nothing to do with what is going on in Israel and the rise in anti-Semitism because of what is happening in the Middle East here in the United States.
Sir, they are not accusing American Jews. They are accusing you, Representative Dan Goldman, who has voted for bombs that has killed Palestinian children. It is that simple. To equate it to being anti-Semitism or being against all Jewish people is gross and negligent on your part and will increase anti-Semitism. Please stop doing it. Please.
It's not synonymous with the United States. Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli government is not synonymous with the country and state of Israel. I think it's really dangerous when people start conflating the actions of the Israeli government with American Jews who have absolutely nothing to do with what is going on in Israel and the rise in anti-Semitism because of what is happening in the Middle East here in the United States is really dangerous, and it is escalating significantly.
CNN has reached out to Poetica for comment. Goldman's challenger.
I think their comment was loud and clear, Dana.
Accused Israel of genocide.
I think their comment was loud and fucking clear. Mamdani was out and about today. He was asked about the interaction. I don't know why it's any issue with Mamdani, but you know, hey.
If you compare it to the election that you won, significantly lower, almost didn't happen. Why do you think that is? Number one, and do you think it's a concern for your endorsement?
I think there's a few things. One is I'll wait for Rose I had the luxury of running and not having to compete with the Knicks' first championship in 53 years, not having to compete with the first World Cup in our city in a generation. And I think we'll often see higher turnouts for a mayoral election than we will for midterm elections. However, we have seen an increase, especially over the last few days. We're excited to see who's coming out to vote today. I know for many New Yorkers, they're too busy trying to make ends meet in the nation's most expensive city to think about voting in advance of Election Day. Today, they have an opportunity until 9 p.m., whether it's to vote for Claire Valdez for Congress, Jabari Brisport for State Senate, or Ferris Front Forest for State Senate.
Got it. And can I also ask on something else? What happened with Dan Goldman at Poetica Cafe yesterday? What do you think about what transpired there? Do you think it's a kind of okay way for someone to express political disagreements with his views on Israel?
I have many a political disagreement with Congressman Goldman when it comes to his votes and his views on Israel. I think that what we saw online goes beyond.
Candidate. Were you surprised at all by the backlash from the SPL side of things when it comes to Daria Lisa and shooting stuff on the street? Attack them a little, I don't think we've seen from Claire. So were you surprised to see that at all?
I think I'll always be surprised when people want to engage in anti-Black and anti-Haitian racism as a closing argument in a race. I think we've seen from a number of people over the course of
I think she may be short, because I don't think Mamdani is particularly tall.
Rights as if it is
Like, I don't think he's short either. He's probably about my height.
identities of pride and make them into slurs. And that's something that we reject here in our city. And I appreciate that there are a number who have come forward to say the same.
She's also further away from the camera. You got to take that into consideration.
Spoke up about the racism that Daria Lisa is facing. And I think it's something.
There is a perspective issue there. Yeah, 5'11", I'm 6 foot. That's kind of what I thought. Barrett King, welcome in. Now that you're here, friend, we should totally get high. Hell yeah, we went and stocked up. We got carts and dabs and flour. And when we went up to the counter, we didn't realize, because like we got some, their edibles are usually syrup. And we got some strawberry syrup last time. Because that's all they had was strawberry. And this time we went up there and they had like 8 different flavors. It was still just all syrup. They had like 8 different flavors, all kinds of different shit. We didn't know they had a selection. We might have got some. Syrup. Yeah, syrup. Sorry. That was the only edible they had. It wasn't on. Dumbass. Kind of got a clog. Oh, there's cat hair in it. Oh my god. Flash Curiouser is a nurse, and she has all kinds of she had like some little syringe. She knew the exact amount. It's like 2,000 milligrams or some shit. I think we ended up doing like a third each. Like a third each time. Or whatever, blah blah blah, or a sixth each time. Some of you may have already seen this. I have not. I'm very interested to see what he says. Interested to see if I agree or not. A local news anchor in Davenport, Iowa. Oh my God, do you know who's from Davenport, Iowa? Seth Franklin Rollins. So I probably hate this guy already. I hate people from Davenport, Iowa. I think Seth Franklin Rollins still lives there. So fuck anybody from Davenport, Iowa. Local news anchor quit live on the air.
I hope every one of you that's allowed me to be a part of your mornings know just how important that I have taken this job. How much it means to me. That you've trusted me these past few years to bring you the news in the morning. I promise you I've given you everything I have. I've never tried to be perfect or what many think a newsman is supposed to be, but I have always done my best to be transparent, bring you the facts, and I've always been myself. I've loved being able to provide a public service to this place we all call home, the Quad Cities. When it comes to this job, all I've ever wanted to do is report on the issues that really matter. I've always believed that we, as a local news station, owe you, the viewers, the best that we can do, because without you, none of us would be able to do this job. I also believe that we, as a local news station, have to be more than trends or sanitized news.
Wait, where's the rest of it? Where's his torching? They cut him off? The fuck? They didn't want you to hear what he had to say. Must be good. Bitch, they are burying this. Yeah, I'm assuming like he's gotten bought out or something. The station's gotten bought out. Here we go.
I'll try to get through this. Well, before we go this morning, I have an announcement. Today is my last day here at KWQC TV6. I have chosen to step away from the news industry. Before I say goodbye, I just want to say I hope every one of you that's allowed me to be a part of your mornings know just how important that I have taken this job. How much it means to me that you've trusted me these past few years to bring you the news in the morning. I promise you I've given you everything I have. I've never tried to be perfect or what many think a newsman is supposed to be, but I have always done my best to be transparent, bring you the facts, and I've always been myself. I've loved being able to provide a public service to this place we all call home, the Quad Cities. When it comes to this job, all I've ever wanted to do is report on the issues that really matter. I've always believed that we, as a local news station, owe you, the viewers, the best that we can do, because without you, none of us would be able to do this job. I also believe that we, as a local news station, have to be more than trends or sanitized news because it makes people feel uncomfortable. That's why the facts matter, and that's why we do what we do here. We have to take people out of their bubbles and comfort zones and make them think about the world we all live in. And this is a bittersweet goodbye. Yes, I'm looking forward to my next chapter in life, but it's not easy to say goodbye.
I mean, he didn't say anything controversial.
For me is the realization that I won't be working with Jenna anymore because she isn't just the greatest co-anchor on the news desk, but she is the greatest co-anchor in life as well. And if you don't have a Jenna in your life, I suggest you find one because she makes dreams come true in every way another human can. And to the great and talented people here at TV6, like Kevin Phelps, Mike Ortiz, Ryan, our morning producer, Kaylee and Madison, our morning directors, and people like Deanna as well, and others that, all the other wonderful people.
No, my experience in TV would tell me that he's probably gay and she's his fruit fly. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I thought it went viral because he torched the media business. It apparently went viral because it was a real moment and you feel the real emotion when usually anchors are very scripted and stoic, and that was a human moment. I totally understand why that went viral. Yeah, it totally would have put it at a different spot in my news rundown. I thought he was, going to town on the news business in general. Cynical flash over here. You may be right. No, I think that was a real human moment. Trump DOJ getting the smackdown yet again.
I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
Just days after the mayor of Minneapolis said that, the federal government served him with a subpoena.
They accused him and several other Minnesota leaders of impeding ICE agents during the surge. Today, a judge stopped those subpoenas, calling them unlawful and unethical, and he called the criminal investigation coercion. As Esme Murphy reports, there was one specific social media post from the president that was behind the judge's decision.
The ruling cancels subpoenas that were seeking information about Minnesota's response to Operation Metro Surge and local immigration policies going back 1 year. The judge specifically referred to President Trump's now infamous social media message on January 12th that said, "For the great people of Minnesota, the day of reckoning and retribution is coming."
The judge uses the statements by Trump against him and basically says that those statements lead to what he considers to be an illicit or impermissible motive for issuing the subpoenas.
Judge Patrick Schills writes the criminal investigation into Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey was part of, quote, the Trump administration's well-established history of using criminal investigations to retaliate against and pressure the president's political and personal adversaries. The investigation was a criminal one. A conviction could lead to a prison term.
Neither the facts nor the law were on the side of the Department of Justice here. But yeah, of course, it was disconcerting to have what is arguably the largest law firm in the entire country coming after you criminally.
The ruling does not mean the investigation is finished, but it has a major hole in it now that all subpoenas seeking evidence have been canceled. The DOJ said in response that Minnesota lawmakers did act illegally and that they will continue to act in full compliance with the law to investigate these matters. The judge who made this ruling against the Trump administration is actually a Republican appointee, appointed to the bench by President George W. Bush. In Minneapolis, Esme Murphy, WCCO News.
Not some crazy
Governor Tim
liberal.
Walz issued a statement saying that today's ruling is a victory for the rule of law and our democracy.
Wizard definitely did land an awesome joke. I had to go back and see it afterwards. In Serotonin, I believe you were talking about Phil Williams, possibly from Channel 5 in Nashville. He does the Hate on Main Street series for his station. Yeah, he's fucking awesome. My lord, good evening. Welcome in. Good to see you. We were talking about ICE. We're like transitioning slowly into the crime section of the show, which we're gonna pick up the Karnacki cam here in a little bit because it is an election night. Dan Goldman could get unseated tonight. It's possible, but we're like sliding into the crime stuff. But also, it's still kind of the politics stuff for a little bit. So we're going into Texas. You know what? Yeah, let's do this one real fast. So, the group that attacked an ICE facility last year has been sentenced.
The sentencing just came down in the Alvarado ICE facility attack, and our Richard Salomon is live at the courthouse in Fort Worth with details. Richard?
Well, Kara, I just stepped outside of the courthouse here in Fort Worth. Several people who are charged in the Prairieland ICE Detention Center attack are learning how much time they will serve behind bars. Let me tell you about what we've just learned. This information came down within the last 30 minutes or so. I want you to take a look at your screen for me. We'll start with Benjamin Champagne Song. He will serve 100 years in prison. He was found guilty of attempted murder of officers and employees of the U.S. Today, we also learned Autumn Hill and Zachary Evans will serve 50 years in prison. They and others were convicted on terrorism charges from that shooting last year at the facility in Alvarado. Their supporters say last year on July 4th, the group planned to go to the ICE facility, shoot off fireworks to show support for detainees, but federal prosecutors labeled the incident as domestic terrorism, alleging Antifa operatives planned and carried out the attacks. Now, attorneys who we've spoken with here in the last couple of minutes,
they were just going to set off fireworks.
Defendants say
the fuck? It was on the 4th of July.
To Antifa, and that what happened started as a demonstration involving fireworks escalated when gunfire broke out. Now, you'll notice behind me here in Fort Worth, there are some demonstrators.
Notice gunfire broke out. I don't think it was their gunfire.
The defendants will be hearing from them later on this afternoon in the press conference.
I don't remember my reporting on it, though.
The latest later on tonight right here on Channel 8. For now, live in Fort Worth this morning, I'm Richard Salomon.
Was it Benjamin Song, that guy? Like, he may have fired a shot at some point in time, but I don't exactly remember. I want to get this story in before we do election. So there's a little asshole who has been causing trouble. His name is Jake Long. We've laughed at him multiple times. He tried to say he got attacked in Minnesota. Yeah, him too, Flash. But no, Jake Long has now been banned from the state of Texas.
A man accused of threatening to kill convicted murderer Carmelo Anthony appeared in court earlier today. His name is Jake Lang. His attorneys asked a judge.
Oh, I fucked his name up, didn't I?
It was at $1 million. As J.D. Miles reports tonight, it led to some courtroom arguments about whether his inflammatory words were free speech or maybe an actual threat of violence.
The names of Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf were mentioned several times today inside the same courtroom where that murder trial ended last week. But this is a separate case involving what an activist said outside the courthouse.
Fix your culture.
That activist is Jake Lane, and he's accused of threatening to kill Carmelo Anthony during an exchange with someone outside the Collin County Courthouse on June 4th. Here's a clip of a live stream video that prosecutors played today in court.
And I'll be right here too. Headshot. And I'll be right here too. So you gonna kill him? Yes. So you gonna kill Carmelo Anthony? Yes, I will.
Authorities determined that was a legitimate threat and arrested Lang for making a terroristic threat a third-degree felony. He's been in the Collin County Jail with a $1 million bond. Today, his attorney argued that bond was excessive and that murderers and child sex offenders get lower bonds. Prosecutors expressed concerns about Lang's multiple previous arrests and his multiple home addresses. But when it was over, Judge John Roach Jr. ruled that the bond would be set at $250,000.
The bond was too high. Judge did the right thing by lowering it. It's a little higher than we wanted, but I think we're going to be able to get him out, and that was the point. These bonds aren't supposed to be to keep people locked up. They're supposed to be to make sure they show up for court and that the public's safe in the meantime, and, you know, I think that's going to happen.
Lang's attorney says his client should be able to post that bond. He's been ordered by the judge to stay out of Texas except for court appearances. In McKinney, J.D. Miles, CBS News, Texas.
We've got some new information tonight about a tragic shooting death between two very young children in Ferris.
Oh no, I got enough shooting deaths. We may not get to it because election time. There was a shooting at a library. Just another day in mass shooting USA. Fire resist. Thank you for the resub. We should smoke a little weed. Let me pull up our Karnacki cam. I think he's live right now. Yeah. We'll get us going on all the election haps. Is it already NBA draft? They just fucking finished the games last week.
Studio, you'll see the hit. You'll see it as it happens. You'll get to watch the whole thing, and then as soon as it ends, we'll come right back here and pick.
I didn't get a chance to get to it yet,
Keep in mind here, again in Maryland, we'll go through these races in a second as we wait for votes to start coming in. Is we say that New York, the polls are going to close there in an hour. We're going to spend a little bit of time this hour setting up the key races there before 9 o'clock. That's important because, get this, in the mayoral race last year in New York City in 2025, the polls closed at 9 o'clock, and at 9:01 p.m., they released 40% of the vote. So a lot of these districts in New York that are in play tonight, where there's a lot of suspense, they are in New York City. So if past his prologue, it could take like 60 seconds, and suddenly we could go from having no votes to potentially having some real clarity in those races. So we're going to set the stage for those this hour before that happens. So again, there'll be a News Now hit coming up here in a second. While we wait for that, let's set the stage in Maryland. I mentioned this is probably the marquee race here in this Maryland primary this evening. The incumbent right now, April McLean Delaney, 2 minutes from this News Now hit. She was elected in 2024, so she's a first-term incumbent. She got this seat because David Trone had been the incumbent before that. He gave up the seat in 2024 to run for the United States Senate. He lost the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, and he is back now trying to win his old seat back. Trone is very wealthy. He has poured $25 million of his own money into this effort. McLean Delaney, she also has wealth, too. Her husband, by the way, to add another twist to this, her husband, John Delaney, represented this district before Trone. You got that? It was John Delaney from 2012 to 2018. It was Trone from 2018 to 2024. And it's been McLean Delaney from 2024 to 2026. And now they're squaring off in a primary. More than $30 million has been spent right here. Again, we're talking about the sort of the outer suburbs of D.C., parts of Montgomery County. Frederick County is going to be the big piece here. Washington County, where Hagerstown is, not many Democratic votes as you go further out. That's the marquee one in Maryland. This is another big one here. The 5th District of Maryland. You're talking about Prince George's County outside Washington, D.C., a little bit of Anne Arundel, Southern Maryland. They don't have many primaries here. This is to replace Steny Hoyer, longest serving Democrat in the House. We're about to do our hit with news now, folks.
He's going up on like the 24/7 channel.
And in New York, Julie, thank you. And for more on tonight's primaries, let's get out to NBC's chief data analyst, the one, the only, Steve Kornacki at the big board, ready to break it all down. Steve, let's start with this call that we just got out of South Carolina. What's the latest there?
Yeah,
maybe the main channel, maybe
the South Carolina governor's race. We'll call that one up on the screen here. This was a runoff. Remember, there was a crowded Republican primary there, and the two candidates who emerged, just call it right up here, were Alan Wilson, the state attorney general, Pamela Yvette, she's the lieutenant governor, and you can see this is a landslide here. One of the things that happened was they had that crowded primary. Yvette actually finished first, but the other candidates who dropped out really coalesced around Wilson in this runoff period. So he had the momentum, he had taken the lead in the polling that was out there, and then President Trump, who initially had endorsed Pamela Yvette last year for this seat, came aboard and said he was also basically endorsing Wilson too. So essentially a double endorsement.
Oh, I didn't know that
That was
happened.
Trump looking at the polls saying, hey, I don't want to lose this one. You can get into what his motivation was, but the polling had shown, and sort of the activity in this campaign had shown, that Wilson had a clear advantage coming into tonight. And certainly, as you can see, as the results came in, it is as overwhelming as all of that made it look ahead of time.
The president covering all his bets there, I guess.
Well, he endorsed Yvette in order to spite Nancy Mace.
So very interesting situation here in Maryland. We're going to be watching this closely tonight. This is a Democratic primary for Congress in the 6th District of Maryland, Western Maryland. What makes this so interesting is this is the incumbent, April McLean Delaney. She was elected in 2024. The candidate, or the congressman that she succeeded, is running against her. This is David Trone. He held the seat from 2018 to 2024. He gave the seat up to run for the United States Senate in 2024. Didn't work out for him. And then he decided he wanted to come back, get his old seat in Congress back. And so he is running in the primary against the woman who replaced him as the congressional representative for this district. And on top of that unique feature, this has been an extremely expensive race. Both of these candidates have wealth. Trone has thrown in about $25 million of his own money. McLean has thrown in, Delaney has thrown in millions here, more than $30 million total for a Democratic primary for the House here. And this is the kind of district where it's a Democratic-leaning district, and Democrats are expecting this is going to be a midterm year is probably going to be a favorable one for them, they think. But this is the kind of district under certain circumstances that could be competitive in the general election.
And speaking of expensive races, there's a different type of expensive race that we were just talking about with Julie out in New York. Field is pretty crowded in the 12th, right? What's the latest there?
Yeah, expensive race, but you know what, Gotti? They can.
Oh, I totally remember that
it's
flash.
the wealthiest congressional district in the country.
Hey,
here.
Barkhorse,
Yeah,
welcome in,
it's a
friend.
very crowded race here. This is to succeed Jerry Nadler, longtime Democratic representative here. You could see a bunch of different names here, but honestly,
we watched that
most
debate.
of the suspense right now, I think,
don't even remember
has
any of
settled
these
around
motherfuckers.
Alex Boris and Michael Asher. They are both state legislators in New York, and you look at where this district is. It's in Midtown Manhattan.
Wait a minute, Schlossberg was the Kennedy, right?
That's where Lasher's from. That's what he represents, and it's the Upper East Side. That's what Boris represents in the state legislature. You know, both of those make up the biggest share of the district in terms of population. Lasher
Has anybody heard from clinically?
Of Nadler, the outgoing congressman. He's got the endorsement of the former mayor, Michael Bloomberg.
I would hope he's just working on some plans.
As an issue here, concerns about AI, concerns about data centers.
I worry about some of the stuff he posts.
He sort of leaned into that, so it makes it a little bit of an interesting test in this district about the prevalence of that
Portland,
issue.
I would say
yes,
it's Mr. Pedophile.
We'll see here at 9 o'clock.
But that's
exactly
just
how it
me.
splits. But I think Boris and Lasher, the scene right now is the two frontrunners going in.
They don't know what the fuck they're
it's
doing.
a battle
You
for
understand
Central
that?
Park there. Steve Kornacki, thanks so much. We'll be checking back with you in a bit.
You got it,
Meanwhile, there were.
All right, folks. So again, if you've seen it before, that's old hat to you. But
yeah, we've got
we do it, and
our personalized coverage back.
Next hour. But we're back. Adam, anything in Maryland? We don't want to get off the nothing yet here in the 6th. So folks. Folks, forgot this part. After our coverage tonight, join me for a live Q&A session where I'll answer your questions. It is exclusive to subscribers. So.
Bro, you're going to be on the morning shows. Are you not going to sleep tonight?
All right, we'll leave it up here on the screen for a second because I know you're getting your phones out, right? And you got to turn them on. The face didn't recognize you. You got to try it again. You got to enter your PIN. Okay, you're in. All right, your camera. Now I'm giving them.
He thinks people don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Okay.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. You understand that?
You know what?
I love that
Go
one.
to NBCnews.com or our NBC News app. Subscribe there. Send in your questions, and what's going to happen on there, for subscribers, as soon as we're done tonight, whenever that is, we're going to transition over and go do the Q&A. I think we're going to do it in a different studio, so there'll probably be like 2 minutes or something in between. But anyway, there you go. That's an opportunity for you later tonight. So don't worry, didn't miss anything. No votes have come in yet.
I like
here
the picture
in
he was
Maryland's
pointing.
6th district, and again, elsewhere in Maryland, we were starting to set the
CNN's Calci, I think.
5th district here. This is interesting again because Steny Hoyer, who has been in Congress since 1981, won a special election back then, is retiring, and this is the race to succeed him. Now, how about this? 3 candidates. Okay. No. Keep going. Look at this roster of candidates. When somebody has been in Congress for 45 years and then finally gives the seat up, there's a bottleneck of interest for it. This is about 24 candidates are in this race. So this is going to be really interesting to see as it comes in. That said, this candidate right here, he's a state legislator, a state delegate, Adrian Boafo, is seen as the front runner.
Boafo
endorsed him. And a ton of money has come in on behalf of Boafo in this campaign, close to about $10 million. So I think he is seen as the front runner coming into tonight. I'll put the counties up so you can give it a sense of this district here, the county lines in this district. And again, what you're talking about here is about half the vote's going to come out of right here. This is Prince George's County, right outside of D.C. And Boafo represents a district that's based in Prince George's County. Rushern Baker, who is one of his main challengers in this race, used to be the Prince George's County executive, so that is his base as well. Harry Dunn is a former Capitol police officer. Interesting here, he is running with the endorsement of Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, remember, originally she's a Maryland native, a Baltimore native. There's a whole story with her and Hoyer that goes back 60 years. It's interesting. But she ends up endorsing Dunn, again, a former Capitol police officer. Dunn has previously run in a different district. This is his second shot.
That dude.
But he did raise some money nationally, again, just through that connection to being, January 6th Capitol police officer. A couple other candidates here of some prominence. Quincy Berebe is from Anne Arundel County, which you're going to see right here. Probably about 20% of the vote, 15% or so of the vote's going to come out of there. Blagay is also from Prince George's County. So most of the candidates here from Prince George's County, about half the vote's going to come out of there. And again, this is a very
So do you guys want to
opportunities don't come along too often.
Do a little more news and come back and check in later when the polls close?
But it's going to be potentially competitive tonight, and we'll see how it goes. That's why we're keeping an eye on it.
You want to keep it right here with Kornacki. Have we caught up and we need to
in Maryland
do some crime stories?
We weren't sure coming in tonight. I'm going to put the 6th on because I think it is the most interesting. It's a bit of a mystery, how long things are going to take in Maryland. I can just tell you.
Come back to Kornacki in 30, 45 minutes.
Here. There was some issue. Yeah.
We do think results should be coming in shortly in Maryland.
Okay, because
not quite yet in these races.
Because we did have an issue in 24 where there was like an hour delay or something.
Yes.
We didn't. I think 9:20 p.m. Do I dare navigate off this and try to set up New York here? Why don't I do that and you shout if anything comes in?
Absolutely.
In Maryland, because I don't want anybody to miss any of the action. But I do want to, as I said, New York's going to close at 9, and 9:01 we may know things. So I want to make sure we go through these races ahead of time. Tell you what we're looking for. Let's just go through them quickly here. And again, it was New York City, right, that was super fast getting that first batch of votes out in 2025. So again, if that happens tonight, these are races that are based in New York City. This is the 7th congressional district of New York City here. Now, this is going to be a Democratic seat, right? I mean, this is what it looked like in the presidential election. Okay, this is based in Put it up on the,
think
put
you
these
just fell
county
out of a
lines up on the
coconut
screen here. Brooklyn and Queens, parts of each are in this district right here. Antonio Reynoso is the Brooklyn Borough president. He's got a lot of sort of traditional establishment party support behind him. The outgoing Congresswoman, Nydia Velázquez, a Democrat who was first elected back in 1992. She has endorsed him, although I think folks consider him a bit of an underdog tonight. His opponent is Claire Valdez, a state legislator who is running with the support of Mamdani, Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City. And this is a heck of a district to have that kind of endorsement in.
Yeah, we saw them campaigning together earlier.
In the 2025 Democratic mayoral primary, there was no better congressional district in New York City for Mamdani than this. Not even close. In just the first round of voting, Mamdani, remember, he ran against Andrew Cuomo, a couple other candidates. He got 2/3 of the vote here. Valdez is his candidate. Okay, we got Maryland, I think.
Yeah, we got our first results in Maryland 5.
Maryland 5. Let's call him up. That's the marker button.
Here
Let's
we go.
call up Maryland 5. We got him in. Let's call that county. Is there a way to make it so the counties are automatically up? Okay. St. Mary's County, okay. We got about, okay, what you're looking at generally is they're going to give you that early vote, that vote by mail in one batch quickly. So about 1/3 of the vote. This is one of the smaller slices of the district. But again, we're outside of the natural base of any of these candidates. Bawafo leading there. Calvert County here, Bawafo leading there. Right, so these are, between the two of these, they're going to be a little bit less than, this is probably between these, sorry, here we go again. If you saw me last week, I made a mess of this. Between these two counties, they're probably going to account for about 15% of the vote in this race tonight. So these are not the big population places, but they're not nothing. And like I said, when you look at where these candidates are from, so many of these candidates are from right here in Prince George's County. Berebe is from, she's a businesswoman. I'm sorry about this. She's a businesswoman from Anne Arundel County, which is right here. So it is an interesting test because you're getting away from the natural geographic
Apparently,
base
the
of each
DOJ
candidate.
has
And there's
opened up an
Bawafo.
investigation
Again, early
into the
vote
Goldman
by mail
incident.
with the advantage there. There's Bawafo,
On the
although
coffee
it's close.
shop or whatever.
It's close here over Berebe in St. Mary's County. So there's those two in each county, again, getting outside of the sort of natural geographic base of anybody, getting some separation from the rest of the field.
Unconstitutional is a better word. Wildly unconstitutional.
It heightens the drama for what's to come in the bigger population centers right here. And again, you zoom out district wide, that's what it looks like with those votes. And you're basically looking at the early vote from the two smallest counties, component counties of the district. Getting a little bit bigger now, Charles County. Early vote, Bawafo with a much healthier margin right here. This is now, if you're Bawafo, this is what you want to see. Charles County is probably going to be 20% of the vote in this primary tonight. This is a very fast growing area. And what Charles County is sort of demographically is a lot of folks are moving out of Prince George's County and into Charles County. So we say, Bawafo has a base in Prince George's County, folks who maybe have some familiarity with him. A lot of those folks have become residents of Charles County. And look at that. Bawafo now with a comfortable margin there, at least in the early vote, in a very significant piece of real estate in this district, more than a 13-point advantage for him. So you factor that one in to the mix. Now we've got 10% of all the vote district-wide, and Bawafo has opened up a 10-point advantage over his nearest foe. Again, he's done this without any votes out of Prince George's County yet. Prince George's County, which will account for half the vote tonight, at least, I think. What do you got, Adam?
Anne Arundel just popped in.
Oh, we got Anne Arundel. Okay. Oh, and if you are Bawafo, those numbers are Bafo. Is that, sorry. That's bad. But I mean, come on. Like we said, again, Berebe is from here. Again, now she's not an elected official. She's a businesswoman. But now we've got 4 counties. We've got all 4 counties outside of Bawafo's Prince George's County here. And Anne Arundel's, again, pretty significant in terms of the vote share, probably 15% or so. And he's winning that. Again, the early vote here, this is about half the vote in there. And that's a very solid margin.
We just got a bunch in 6.
And, we got Prince George's County. This could kind of complete our early vote. Prince George's County, by far the biggest part of the district. So again, now, like here, Rushern Baker, we said this is Notice this. He was the county executive. Before that, he was a legislator from here. He ran for governor at one point. So he gets a big chunk of the vote. He gets a chunk of the vote right here, but he's not really registering much elsewhere. And meanwhile, Boafo, even here now with a double digit, that's a 10.5-point spread over Berebe. And so you zoom out, we've got almost a third of the vote now in this district. We've got all 5 component counties. We've got the early vote, and Boafo is with a substantial advantage right there. Adam said we got the 6th. Oh my goodness, have we got numbers from the 6th? Look at this, we got a third of the vote in. And we got a race here, huh? McLean, Delaney, 45%, Trone, 40%. Let's go through it right now. The biggest source of votes in the district should be here, Frederick County. This is probably going to be about 40% of the vote in Maryland's 6th district. So we've got the early vote from Frederick County here. There's no natural advantage. The residency of these candidates is an interesting thing because technically neither one of them lives in the district, by the way. But again, Delaney leading the early vote there by 6 points. The second biggest piece of real estate in this district is right here. It's not all of Montgomery County, but it's parts of Montgomery County here, sort of some of the farther suburbs from D.C. Again, getting into exurbs here. A third of the vote in early vote, we're talking Montgomery County. That's a nice number if you're Delaney there, a 10-point advantage for her. So she's up 10 in the early vote in Montgomery, and she's got a 6-point advantage in the early vote in Frederick County. And between these two counties, you're probably going to look at about 80% of the votes that are going to be cast tonight in this primary. The only other real sizable place left is right here in Washington County, where Hagerstown, Maryland is. Now here you see Trone with the advantage in the early vote. You know, it's only 4 points. It's much smaller than these other two, but he does have the advantage there. Again, Allegheny County is going to produce very few votes tonight. Trone does lead in the tally that's right there. Garrett's going to produce very few votes tonight. So again, that leaves us with about a third of the vote. So the question really is going to become here. That's if you're Delaney, obviously you'd rather be Delaney than Trone. But what we're looking at is the question now: does the election day vote here look different than the early vote? Delaney did in the two real key places here. Delaney did better, not by a landslide margin, but she clearly did better in the early vote in the two big component counties here than Trone. But we got a ton of vote to come.
Flash, if you want to build this something,
the vote is better on election day by 5
something.
or 6 points in these places.
Take us across the country to all
so
the
that
hot
quickly
spots.
becomes an Adam. You know how this goes. I'll
totally come and adopt me
over and over again. If we've got election day vote, same day vote, but when we start getting our next updates, right here in Montgomery County and right here in Frederick County, that's going to be the question. Does it look different? 43-37 for Delaney and Frederick. She's leading it by 6. When we start getting those same day batches, is she still leading it? Is she leading it by more?
Also need,
Has
protection.
Trone actually pulled ahead in the election day vote? Is he winning it by double? That's going to be the question that decides this thing. But again, that means about a third of the vote, about a 5-point margin there for Delaney over Trone. That is
by protection. I mean, like
votes,
one
that's
burly
about
friend.
800 right there. So this is interesting. I'm just going to check back on the 5th to make sure we didn't miss anything more there. But this is obviously an incumbent member of Congress here who's in some degree of danger right here. I mentioned the cost in this campaign. And again, I said the residency is interesting because both of these candidates, Delaney and Trone, live in Montgomery County.
We're coming up on 2028, son.
In
we
Montgomery
just follow the
County.
campaigns
It's like
around.
right here. It's not actually in the district.
I can guarantee you will make enough money to support
in the district. You only have to live in the state. So you could live anywhere in a state, and you're technically eligible to run in any congressional district in that state, as long as you live within the state. So both of these candidates actually live in Montgomery County, but outside of the Montgomery County portion of this district. I'll probably just leave this one
because
up
we're basically on the stretch to 2028. We got the midterms.
It's a clear advantage
this
here for
fall.
Boafo. Everything.
And then you'll get candidates declaring in January.
The only question here in the 5th district is, and I don't know why it would
the
be,
race is on.
Would the election day vote look dramatically and consistently different?
Primary debates, late summer, early fall.
Probably have to be Berebe's favor here over Boafo. But those are, these are not landslide numbers, but those are very solid numbers. And unless something changes dramatically in the election day vote, we said he was probably the front runner going in. He's certainly looking like it right now. So we'll park this right here for a second. It is
arrogant enough to try.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of time till the polls close in New York at 9.
I would be surprised
have a little bit of water
if she does not run.
And why don't we do this? Why don't you all take a mental picture of this? Adam, you're ready to go if we start getting election day vote.
That's right.
So any new vote in Maryland 6, shout. We'll come right back.
Yeah, this is where we should step
see how
away
it's
and do my cool
looking,
stories.
The election day vote versus the...
She won't get, like, it won't be that embarrassing, but it'll be embarrassing. 10%, 15%, somewhere along those lines. Let's do search for sex offender's body. We've got a search for a sex offender's body in Tennessee, outside of Chattanooga. What?
As investigators continue searching a Hamilton County landfill for the remains of a murdered Collegedale man, questions remain about what led up to the killing and what prosecutors may need to prove in courts.
19-year-old Kian Andrew Neal remains behind bars that are pleading not guilty to charges connected to the death of Robert Locke. Fox Chattanooga's Sarah Hauer joins us now live from the Hamilton County Jail with a legal perspective on the case. Sarah.
Kim, Josh, Neal remains here at the Hamilton County Jail tonight on a $1 million bond. And as investigators continue searching for answers, one criminal defense attorney I spoke with says one key question still hasn't been answered.
First question for me is, what is the tie-in with these two? Because this is not some random killing.
Attorney Robin Flores says that's one of the biggest unanswered questions.
All they've done is ask questions and be really mysterious. They've not really told us any information about this story, and it's kind of annoying me. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Am I too high for this?
As investigators continue searching a Hamilton County landfill for the remains of a murdered Collegedale man, questions remain about what led up to the killing.
So yeah, the dude in the landfill is apparently a sex offender, and they're searching for his remains.
As investigators continue searching a Hamilton County landfill for the remains of a murdered Collegedale man, questions remain about what led up to the killing and what prosecutors may need to prove in courts.
19-year-old Kian Andrew Neal remains behind bars that are pleading not guilty to charges connected to the death of Robert Locke. Fox Chattanooga's Sarah Hauer joins us now live from the Hamilton County Jail with a legal perspective on the case. Sarah.
Kim, Josh, Neal remains here at the Hamilton County Jail tonight on a $1 million bond. And as investigators continue searching for answers, one criminal defense attorney I spoke with says one key question still hasn't been answered.
First question for me is, what is the tie-in with these two? Because this is not some random killing.
Attorney Robin Flores says that's one of the biggest unanswered questions in the case against Neal. According to an affidavit we obtained, investigators were led to Neal after receiving a tip from a juvenile who reported a friend had claimed to have killed someone, describing the victim as a rapist and saying he had disposed of the body. The Tennessee Sex Offender Registry lists Locke as having a 2003 child molestation conviction, but investigators have not publicly identified a motive or said whether Neal and Locke knew each other.
There was some personal connection between the two of them of some type to motivate.
Well, did he molest the kid? Because if so, let the kid go. Even if he didn't molest the kid, what were the circumstances? Is he like a Dexter and he needed to, he's got a dark passenger and he wanted to channel it to some good? Like, I'm open.
Saying he had disposed of the body. The Tennessee Sex Offender Registry lists Locke as having a 2003 child molestation conviction, but investigators have not publicly identified a motive or said whether Neal and Locke knew each other.
There was some personal connection between the two of them of some type to motivate him to do this.
While Neal pleaded not guilty Wednesday, several agencies spent hours at the Birchwood landfill.
Based on the evidence recovered at the crime scene and statements provided by the suspect, Mr. Neal, who's in custody right now, investigators were able to develop information that would suggest that Mr. Locke's remains are in this landfill.
But the landfill isn't the only source of possible evidence. Collegedale Assistant Chief Jamie Heath confirmed that something caught on surveillance cameras at the Barn Owl Farm and Garden on East Brainerd Road was enough to take that video as evidence. That garden center is 2.5 miles from the scene of an accident that Neal was in just hours after Locke was last seen, according to this police report. The report also says investigators found evidence of blood in the trunk and floorboard of Neal's car. That's why Flores says a prosecution could move forward even if Locke's body is never recovered.
Don't need the body to convict for murder in the United States.
Prosecutors told the court today they expect to be ready with witnesses for a preliminary hearing on July 1st. Reporting live in Hamilton County, Sarah Hauer, Fox Chattanooga.
Sarah, thank you. This is a developing story. Depend on us to keep you updated as we learn more.
Did he molest the kid? Because if so, like, I let the kid out. Oregon gal, welcome in. I hope you're having fun on vacation. I hope the weather is cooperating, because much of the country is experiencing insane storms. That would be a really good segue if I had this story queued up. We had a shooting at a library. I think this happened yesterday. The suspect apparently wanted to do a Columbine style event.
Thank you, Preston. Continuing coverage this morning,
No, my name is
an investigation
Justin.
is underway following a deadly shooting at the Butte County Library in Chico last night. Police confirmed the shooting killed 2 people and injured a child. The shooter is confirmed to be 18-year-old Bradley Scott Sayer of Chico. According to Chico police, the shooting was reported at 5:12 last night. Police arrived to the Sherman Avenue branch within minutes, entering through the front doors while the suspect exited through the back, where a perimeter was already set. Sayer was taken into custody, and police say at this time it appears he acted alone and had no connection to the victims or library. Officials confirmed 2 adults were killed, although those identities have not yet been released to the public, and 1 child was taken to Enloe Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. After the incident, the police chief met with media, describing the first call made to law enforcement.
We had an open 911 line that you could hear gunshots and people screaming. Several Chico police officers and surrounding agencies.
Oh, hold on.
Motive at this time. Family reunification was underway at the Chico First Assembly of God Church. First Avenue was closed last night between Sheridan and Arbutus as law enforcement continued to investigate with federal, state, and local partners. In a statement, county officials said they extend their condolences to everyone affected.
It does sound like the cops did a good job. We've got video. I don't know how much this shows.
Oh my God, I almost walked this way today.
This is California. This is Northern California.
Okay, I don't know what he's saying, like...
Okay, this is a bus outside of the perimeter.
You have to stay behind the
That
yellow
says
line.
cops are rushing in.
Shoot. Oh my goodness. 1703 at base. We got a situation here at the library. I think I'm able to go now. There's about 10 cop cars and guns drawn. That's somewhere towards the library. I'm gonna go ahead and go if I can.
a city bus driving by the library.
Oh, they got him.
Yeah, now that you're here, we should totally get high. In honor of your vacation, which I hope is going splendidly. The weather sounds lovely. I wish it was the 60s here. It has been hot as fuck. As if it affects me, as if I go outside. Flash, I'm glad you're here for this. The Knoxville Police Department were hooked up with what's it called? On Patrol. It's a TV show. It's on like True TV or some shit. Cop got hit in the head with a rock on live TV. He sued him for $2.5 million.
The Knox County Sheriff's Deputy is back at work today, 1 year after he was attacked on live TV. Knox County Sheriff's Deputy Dalton Swanger was hit in the head with a rock or a brick while on duty a year ago today. The incident was recorded live.
Oh yeah, I remember
Patrol
this.
Live. Swanger was in the ICU for several days after that injury, at one point in a coma. He also had several surgeries in the months following. Deputy Swanger returned to duty back in April, nearly 10 months after that injury.
You know, the viewers, people, the strangers who didn't even know me that reached out, that was incredible. And the backing I had at my department, you know, but there's two people I want to thank, especially as, you know, number one, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because I really think that I wouldn't even be here today if it wasn't for him, much less back to duty. And second, you know, Stefania, I mean, she had to feed me with a spoon. She had to bathe me.
And that interview was seen on Patrol Live, and officials with the Sheriff's Office announced the end of the partnership earlier this week, saying the experience was a, quote, chance to showcase the outstanding work our deputies do every day. After that announcement, Swanger posted a statement to social media thanking the crew and the community who watched the show. He added, in the days after his injury, so many people in the community reached out to him, saying in part, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, OP Nation. Your generosity, your prayers, and your support carried me through some very dark days. I love you guys. It has been an absolute privilege to share this experience with all of you. Now, Deputy Swanger is suing the man accused of trying to kill him for $2.5 million in damages. The complaint filed this week alleges Swanger suffered serious debilitating head injuries after the attack. In addition to the attempted murder charges, Christopher Henley also faces aggravated assault, domestic assault, and drug charges. His next court date is set for October.
Brain damage. His head's more thumb-like. Absolutely. He's in line for a promotion. We'll go back to Karnacki here in about 10, 15 minutes. Body cam has been released of some deputies in Texas that were injured during, I think, an ambush.
All right, we're getting a really scary look at the moment. A standoff in Humboldt turned into a barrage of gunfire, leaving 2 Harris County Precinct 4 deputies injured. Constable Mark Herman releasing body camera footage today from Friday's shootout. Joining us live in the studio is Fox 26's Sherman DeSalle. And Sherman, this video is incredibly intense.
Yeah, intense is an understatement. So Constable Herman says this encounter shows exactly how dangerous this job is. Now, before we start this, we'll warn you, this video may be shocking to watch.
My wrist. Stop the bleeding.
Yeah, that was Deputy Dante Cepeda. He was shot in the arm and the wrist by a suspect armed with a high-powered rifle, according to investigators. The suspect, identified as Edgar Villegas, he was reported walking through the apartment complex with a rifle and firing into neighbors' homes. And when deputies set up a perimeter, Villegas, he allegedly shot right through the walls at them. Deputy George Esparza was also hit by shrapnel, but he's already back at work. So the constable, he spoke with us. He shared his frustration over the toll that this takes on his officers.
These videos depict what the men and women in law enforcement go through every day. It's a dangerous job. You don't know when you're going to come home. And I'm going to tell you, Deputy Zapata, I sat with his wife and child at the hospital Saturday morning while he was in surgery for 2 hours. And it really hits you.
So as for the suspect, Edgar Villegas, he is still in the hospital tonight, recovering from canine bites sustained during his arrest. He's officially charged with aggravated assault on a peace officer. Constable Herman says that more charges are likely. Deputy Cepeda, he was released on Father's Day, and he's recovering at home with his family. Caroline?
Yeah, it's so difficult to watch that video and so scary, Sherman. And I know that Constable Herman mentioned the financial burden this is going to place on the deputy's family since he can't work any extra security jobs right now.
Yeah, he talked about how frustrating that is, because deputies don't expect to get involved in something like this that could stop their career, if not permanently, at least temporarily. He said even though the department will be taking care of, the benefit side of things, he cut a check out of his own pocket to supplement the income that his deputy may be losing while he's recovering. Pretty commendable.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. Yeah. It's like you have to remember these police officers are human beings and fathers and sons and mothers and daughters, and it's a shame to see that happen, Sherman. Yeah. Thanks for that report.
Possibly psychopaths. High functioning, but still. This dude was involved in an attack inside of a Target a few days ago. He's now been charged with attempted murder. When you see the video, I think you're going to know why.
Are you okay? The man arrested for allegedly choking a woman shopper while covering her nose and mouth inside a Simi Valley Target store is now charged with attempted murder. Rajan Tabor is also charged with crimes against 4 alleged additional victims who intervened, allegedly biting, hitting, and scratching a Good Samaritan. Tabor did not enter a plea at his first court appearance today. He remains in custody. The Ventura County District Attorney says this attack happened less than 24 hours after Tabor was released on mandatory supervision following his completed sentencing in 2 separate Ventura County criminal cases.
Well, shit.
Are you okay? The man arrested for allegedly choking a woman shopper while covering her nose and mouth inside a Simi Valley Target store is now charged with
good on
attempted
this
murder.
dude. He did a great job.
Tabor is also charged with crimes against 4 alleged additional victims who intervened, allegedly biting, hitting, and scratching a Good Samaritan. Tabor did not enter a plea at his first court appearance today. He remains in custody. The Ventura County District Attorney says this attack happened less than 24 hours after Tabor was released on mandatory supervision following his completed sentencing in 2 separate Ventura County criminal cases.
Got arrested near the dairy case. This dude did a carjacking in Culver City. and he was apparently targeting pedestrians. I feel like we did this. This is not the same story I did just a few days ago, where we watched somebody target pedestrians, but a different one.
A violent crime spree that went from downtown LA to Culver City and back. Tonight we have new surveillance video.
Oh no, it is the same one. We did do this before. Never mind.
Now to that violent crime spree that went from downtown LA to Culver City and back. Tonight we have new surveillance video that shows the accused carjacker actually targeting pedestrians. NBC4's Darsha Phillips is live for us now in Culver City with a long list of charges that driver's now facing. Darsha.
Yeah, Carolyn, we're going to show you some of that new surveillance video that was just released by Culver City Police today. This surveillance video, they say, shows the driver targeting pedestrians, trying to run them over with a stolen car. Now, we do want to warn you that this video that we're going to show you may be disturbing. New surveillance video of a driver appearing to intentionally run down pedestrians in Culver City.
There were multiple calls of a crazed driver that was hitting pedestrians, and you can see in the video that we've been able to share today that there was no rhyme or reason to what he was doing.
Culver City police say they started getting numerous calls on the evening of June 16th of a driver in a 2020 white Toyota Camry targeting pedestrians. A total of 10 victims were hit, ranging in age from 15 to 70 years old. According to police, the driver, identified as 45-year-old Juan Luis Estrada of Paris, carjacked the white Camry at knife point in downtown Los Angeles before driving to Culver City and going on an apparent rampage.
Recognizing the clear and present danger that he posed to the community, our officers engaged in the pursuit to attempt to stop this behavior.
That pursuit took Culver City police to downtown Los Angeles.
There were some statements made during the pursuit to the officers from the suspect, calling out for them to shoot him.
The pursuit came to an end at a McDonald's drive-thru in downtown LA, where Culver City police were able to box in Estrada after he crashed into another car.
The suspect has been charged with multiple counts of attempted murder, along with a slew of other charges, and is held on over a $10 million bail.
And of the 10 victims who were injured, one remains in the hospital with serious injuries. And Culver City Police believes that there may be even more victims and more witnesses. This investigation is still ongoing, and they are urging anyone with any information to contact the Culver City Police Department. Reporting live tonight from Culver City, I'm Darsha Phillips, NBC4 News.
Leftist, welcome in. That was not very nice of him. He was going for extra points. Each pedestrian gets you extra points, and he got 10. They're 20 points each. That's 200 points. I saw this story and assumed it happened in March. But no, the name of the Air Force base is... So, driver killed in March. Air Force base crash. I thought it was a Air Force base crash that happened in March, but the name of the Air Force base is actually March.
Thank you for joining us for the KTLA 5 News at noon. I'm Lauren Lister. We begin with breaking news out of Moreno Valley, where authorities are investigating a deadly shooting and crash outside of March Air Reserve Base. This happened around 8 a.m. when deputies were dispatched to 2nd and Z Streets regarding an assault with a deadly weapon. When they arrived, CHP officials on scene say 2 drivers were taken to the hospital in critical condition after a crash. One of the victims reportedly had a gunshot wound and later died. No details yet about what caused the crash or what led to the shooting. An investigation is still ongoing.
March Air Force Base. Man has been accused of attacking his girlfriend with a homemade flamethrower. A homemade flamethrower.
Normally it's used to put out a fire, but when the sheriff's office responded to an assault down this rural road, they found a fire extinguisher converted into a makeshift flamethrower. Saturday, down a gravel road in Franklin County, deputies responding to an assault found a modified fire extinguisher.
Somehow there's gasoline that's in that container. We don't truly know how it works at this point in time.
Court records say Christopher Veland broke into a home on Old County Road and attacked his ex-girlfriend.
Appears to have been some sort of liquid that smelled like gasoline inside of the container, and that was doused upon our victim. There was a struggle thereafter.
The probable cause statement says a second victim helped fight off Veland as the ex-girlfriend called 911. The second victim had a bite mark from the fight. When deputies got there, Veland had run, but they say the flamethrower was still there. The probable cause statement says that the fire extinguisher they found had been sanded down on the side. Someone wrote flamethrower on it. And then at the end of the hose, someone had taped a metal pipe with cloth stuffed inside. Investigators say it appeared to be at least a quarter of a tank full with gasoline. But prosecutor Matthew Becker says it never actually shot flames during the crime.
From the
So I think we're misleading people by calling it a flamethrower.
That was done. We're incapable
don't know if it works.
or not capable, rather, of making that claim at this time.
Veland is charged with burglary, assault, and domestic assault. Prosecutors are looking into the possibility of adding more charges if they determine that fire extinguisher was a usable weapon. Reporting in Franklin County, Chad Mira, Fox 2 News.
It was full of gasoline or some other kind of accelerant, and he doused her with it. This has been an Olympic heavy show. We had the Olympian that was arrested at the reflecting pool. We've got another Olympian being arrested in the next story. This one is a special Olympian who's been suspended. I'm so sorry. I canceled Justin.
A local gold medal winning Special Olympian is being forbidden from participating in the upcoming USA Games in Minnesota.
His family is calling it discrimination. Our Christina Gonzalez is in Whittier with a story you'll see first on Fox 11.
Got gold, silver.
Gilbert Valenzuela shows the many medals he's won while swimming for the Special Olympics.
I train a lot. Me and my dad would originally go from like Tuesdays and Thursdays to the pool.
His autism has not stopped him from winning, including a gold medal about 10 days ago.
He just walked around.
That's when his family found out Gilly would not be allowed to participate in the upcoming USA Games in Minnesota. The 24-year-old admits he screamed at the end of the opening ceremonies in early June. The reason?
How loud it was. Because I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of concerts because how loud it could be. But also it was because it was unfair to not just me, but the other athletes who wanted to meet the band.
And they didn't let you?
No, that's unfair. Extremely unfair.
So you screamed out. Did you scream out anything in particular, or did you just scream out in despair, like, oh my God, do you remember what you said?
I screamed out of despair.
His parents say they weren't told until after he swam at the next meet.
We got a call at 9 o'clock at night that the Special Olympics has decided that
poor dude, he should be allowed to swim.
the Summer Games.
I'm on his side.
No, give it to me.
They offered to have his brother accompany him as
I thought we were gonna have somebody cheating or posing as someone with a disability in order to get into the games. I thought it was gonna be something funny, but no, this dude's getting like gypped out because he had some sort of a tick or a response to being hurt. So like, no, let him swim.
One-on-one assistant during the games, but were denied.
They said, well, it's not going to happen. So participating in the Summer Games.
No, give it to me.
They offered to have his brother accompany him as one-on-one assistant during the games, but were denied.
They said, well, it's not going to happen. So we did everything that we could to express that from what we've known, that his behaviors were part of his disability and that it felt like discrimination.
Yeah. Considering I've been I can't take part in it now. It's very upsetting.
The Special Olympics Committee telling Fox 11 that Gilbert broke their code of conduct in writing, saying that while difficult, this decision reflects our responsibility to uphold standards that help ensure a safe and positive environment for everyone involved. He would have been the first Special Olympian from this city to participate in the USA Games, we're told. In Whittier, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I'm totally on that guy's side. Leftist, did I tell you good evening? And Flash, yeah, I don't think that was a working flamethrower. I think I was gypped on that story. Promised you another Olympian getting arrested. This one got arrested for drugs. Yeah, I wanted to make fun of the story, like by the headline. I was ready to be insulting about it, but like I think the kid actually got screwed over. Olympian skier Bodie Miller faces drug possession charges. I'm gonna assume he got screwed over too.
Breaking news, Olympic skier and gold medalist Bodie Miller now facing drug possession charges after he was arrested in Idaho earlier this month. Court documents that NBC News has obtained show that it happened on June 6th.
Dude, you gotta be on drugs to live in Idaho. It's like a prerequisite.
Olympic skier and gold medalist Bodie Miller now facing drug possession charges after he was arrested in Idaho earlier this month. Court documents that NBC News has obtained show that it happened on June 6th. Miller has since posted bail. He was released from custody, and he pleaded not guilty to 2 misdemeanor charges. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster following this one for us today. Shaq, good to have you.
Wait a minute, it was pot? Why are we even talking about this then? He just got arrested for pot in Idaho? Are you shitting me? Oh.
What more do we know about what happened here and Miller's arrest?
Well, Morgan, there's still a lot more that we're waiting to learn at this point. You mentioned that he's facing those 2 misdemeanor charges. Let's put those back.
It's misdemeanor, so yeah, it's probably pot.
One for possession of a controlled drug substance, another for possession of drug paraphernalia, but no word on exactly what those drugs were. But court records show he posted a $5,000 cash bond hours after his arrest. Court records also say that he's expected to be back in court next month on June 29th. He pleaded not guilty to both of those charges. We have not heard any comment from Bodie or from any of his attorneys.
I don't even know who he is. I'm on Bodie's side.
Shaq, can you fill?
Whatever it is, 2 misdemeanor charges. Are you shitting me? Okay, I'll come to the other story. We'll go back to Karnacki now. Okay, I got one more. UFC fighter Dustin Poirier was arrested at an airport, I think. We got video of his arrest.
Whoa. Let's go, big dog. Let's go, big dog.
What's going on?
What's up? Bunch of hoes. Let's go. Let's go.
Relax.
Nah, they lying. Yeah, pull me off the plane. All my boys went to the crib. Now what the
And this is why he got
all right. You Dustin Poirier?
Man, you, bro.
All right, just relax.
Man, you and her and her.
And this is why I got pulled off the plane.
No, I don't want to fight, bro.
I'll go with you right now.
Bro, I don't want to fight, bro. I don't want to fight.
Let's go.
I don't want to fight.
Let's go.
Ready to have you
Yeah,
step
tell
up.
him. Tell him, come on.
Get a couple of
Because it's going to be bad.
Bro, just
It's
step
going to be
up.
bad, my nigga.
Oh, bro.
What's up?
Bro, relax.
You want to fight?
He's like, I do not get paid enough for
Ready
this.
to
Start several units.
How you boys not going to fight something?
Radio 37 Sam.
Boy, you Bro, relax, bro. Relax, bro.
You gonna taste me?
His pants are on too tight. That's his problem.
Bro, relax.
I'm here a good one.
Just relax.
Give me a good one.
Yo. They kicked him off the flight. This guy's a UFC fighter. You know.
What's going on, brother? Talk to me. Man, the beach is lion holes, man. Let's go. Arrest me. Let's go. Let's go. Arrest me. That's the best way, dog. That's the best way. Hey, pound it.
All right, man.
Man, you did a great job, bro. You did a great job. You did what you could.
That's fucking hilarious. Let's get us back to the Kornacki cam. I'm glad we watched that. That was great.
Races, and again, we expect, based on the way this went last year, the New York City districts could, and if it's the way it went last year, will.
So here we go. We're getting ready to get results like all in the landslide.
And again, if you see it in one district in New York City, you're going to see it in every district because this is being reported out by the city. So if it hits one, it hits all. And so again, we can leave it here. And I think if you know, whichever one we're on, we'll know for all of them as soon as it lights up. We're on the 7th district here. Why did I pick this
now
one?
closed.
Why don't we go to the 10th? Because this is the one that's just the clearest stakes here. This is an incumbent member of Congress.
Hell yeah, Brad
We know
Lander.
going in all the reasons why Dan Goldman is in real trouble here. It would be, look, it'd be a massive surprise if the number that comes out here is not a big advantage for Lander over Goldman. Right off the bat. It would be a very big surprise, but let's see. And again, the minute that lights up, we've hit 901. The minute that lights up, the others.
Yes, Brad
start to
Lander
light
in
up.
Congress. I'm so down for that.
Adam, we made it to 901. Are you looking at Maryland 6?
I have an eye on Maryland 6. I have an eye on all these New York results. Nothing, no updates. Oh, we are getting some updates. We got an update in 13.
Here it is. Okay, it's coming. Here it is, folks. Okay, wow. We just got a third of the vote. This is New York City. We're going to go through them all. Bear with me. We'll do them pretty quick. A third of the vote in the 10th district in New York City. The incumbent Democrat, Dan Goldman, trailing, being clobbered by his opponent, Brad Lander, endorsed by Zoran Mamdani, a 24-point margin. That's pretty overwhelming. The only question would be, theoretically, if the election day vote were somehow Goldman plus 15, 20 points, it would take something massive for him to reverse that. This means we're getting it elsewhere. Let's take a look at the other incumbent who we said might be in some trouble, right? Here, the 13th district. Holy cow, look at this. We're getting the early vote here in the 13th district. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, a DSA candidate endorsed by Mamdani. She leads it, that count, over Espaillat by 76 votes, 0.4 of 1 point. Look at that in the 13th district. We'll pick that up in a second. We want to go through the rest of them. We want to go through the 7th congressional district right here. We've got the early vote again. This is Queens and Brooklyn. This was the most pro-Mamdani congressional district in New York City in last year's Democratic primary. And look at that. His candidate, the candidate he endorsed, DSA-aligned Claire Valdez, a state legislator with a 13-point advantage over the borough president, the Brooklyn borough president, Again, that's the early vote right there. That means we'll also have big chunk of early vote right here. The 12th congressional district. Here we go. About 41% of all the vote was just reported out. And there it is. As we said, these two candidates, it was expected that they had separated themselves from the rest of the pack. They've done just that. Micah Lasher, he's a state legislator from the Upper West Side who is running with the endorsement of Jerry Nadler, the outgoing, long-serving Democrat. Nadler has endorsed Lasher in this race. Lasher leading Alex Borres, a state legislator from the Upper East Side in this district, an 8-point advantage, nearly 4,000 votes for Lasher. That's a significant advantage for him. It would have to be a very, very big reversal in the election day vote there for Borres. So we just got hit with a ton. I want to make sure we didn't get anything. We didn't get anything upstate yet in the 21st congressional district. So let's go right back down here and try to break down what we just saw. And I think this is the place to start. So 26% of the vote, and it's the early vote. And again, this would be a very big upset if Chevalier were to win this. The question that immediately comes up, though, and I want to get a handy chart out that I should have written out, but this is in my notes, so bear with me. We know from 2025 that Mamdani did well with that early vote, with this first update. The election day vote, okay, the folks going out to vote today, that's what's going to be added in here. I think there's some expectation that Espaillat will do better with that. Then there's also a third thing, sort of the late arriving vote by mail. And as we saw out in California, right? Remember that primary? That was that very late arriving vote by mail in California. I think we expect will be similar here in New York. Was younger, was much more progressive, would be more favorable to a candidate like Chevalier. But what I want to get up here, Adam, do you have the chart in front of you? I'm trying to get it on my phone. You put it in the spreadsheet of the borough by borough breakdown of the early, that initial batch, the election night in the post. What was it in District 13?
I don't have a breakdown by district.
You had it?
I had it by borough.
Okay.
But one thing that is sticking out to me with this right away is inside the counties, you are seeing the split between New York and the Bronx.
Good. Yeah, that's right. So here you go. This is northern Manhattan. You know, again, this is Harlem, East Harlem, Washington Heights, Inwood, Chevalier leading by 4 there. And then you go over to the Bronx side of the river right there, and Espaillat is leading easily. Now, far more votes over here than up here. But again, I think there's an opportunity here. This is in fact, we just got some more votes here.
Yeah, we just got 2 updates. We got one in Bronx and one in New York.
Okay.
The Bronx update
put him back ahead.
Yeah, was more. It was 200 votes, and the New York update was 78 votes.
Okay, so it's a very small update. Is what we got. We'll expect some bigger chunks right here. This immediately becomes the biggest source of drama. And just check me that Maryland 6, we haven't got anything.
Nothing in Maryland 6.
Okay, so we have an incumbent in Maryland 6 who's leading by 5 points, and there's some uncertainty there waiting for the election day vote. We have an incumbent in the 10th district who is in terrible. In fact, there it is. Switched it just in time. NBC News has projected that Brad Lander will defeat incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman in the Democratic primary in New York's 10th congressional district. Lander is the former city comptroller in New York City. He was endorsed by the mayor, Zoran Mamdani, and he has easily defeated Dan Goldman, a 2-term incumbent in the Democratic primary. Goldman becomes the 5th incumbent member of the House this year to lose in a primary. And again, the result is emphatic, overwhelming, and early here. So we have a member of Congress who's gone down in the 10th district. We've got one up here in the 13th congressional district who is in a barn burner right now against, again, a candidate endorsed by Zoran Mamdani running from the left. Up here, and we've got a candidate in Maryland's 6th congressional district. We've got an incumbent Democrat there. We got numbers there?
Yeah.
We got numbers in the 6th, who's also in some trouble, but let's see if that just got resolved. What happened?
We just got votes from Allegheny was the biggest batch. We got 400 votes there. And Trone wins that batch 171 to 141, I think. It's okay. It's 43-35 in the.
Do we have any from Frederick or any from Montgomery?
No.
Okay.
Washington and Garrett just also posted small updates.
What was Washington?
Washington was Trone barely ekes out that batch as well. It's 44-40.
So it's right on the number. Okay, so very limited indications, but especially that Washington number, no different. It needs to be different for Trone, but we're going to withhold judgment until we see something from the two biggies here, Frederick or Montgomery. It needs to be different than Trone. He got himself in the game in that early vote, but he's going to need more with the election day vote. That initial small batch here, don't read too much into it, but it's not nothing. Doesn't show him making a shift, but he can, if something's different in Frederick or Montgomery, that could be all he needs. But again, so we've got some suspense for an incumbent down there in Maryland 6, and we've got a ton of suspense for this incumbent, Adriano Espaillat, in the 13th district. Again, the hope here, if you're Espaillat, is that your voters, again, I said, he's relying on sort of the traditional Democratic political infrastructure in this district. What could that mean? In part, getting out the vote on election day. You know, I think the Avila Chevalier, we talked about this, like with the parallel to how AOC won her primary back in 2018, the idea that she's got sort of, in some cases, newcomers to the district, folks who are very engaged sort of in progressive politics, you know, showed up in the early voting, whereas Espaillat maybe, you know, we saw this where in some of New York City in 2025, where we had that initial batch that Mom Downey did very well in the mayor's race in the primary last year. The election day vote, we had some places where he struggled a bit. And then there's that third thing, that late arriving vote by mail, where again, he picked it up big time. So this is sort of the opportunity. The votes that come in now are the opportunity. Espaillat's got to do better in them. He's got to build a bit of a pad, because I think the late arriving vote by mail could you know,
man, I'm so glad Brad Lander won.
So that's the question.
That's awesome.
You're saying something.
Yeah, we got our first update in 21, if you want to take a look.
Okay, yeah, let's go up. The North Country, folks. Let's not forget the North Country. Let me show you the county lines right here. And we've got, so we've got from one county, Warren County right here, Constantino leading Smollen. Again, this will be early vote in Warren County. You know, small, again, there's no single sort of huge population center in this district. But again, the dynamic here is that Constantino is running with the backing of President Trump. This is where like Glens Falls, Queensbury is, okay? What is it? This is probably going to be 10% of the vote in the district tonight. Constantino leading in the initial batch right there. We've also got Schoharie County here. Again, Constantino, look at this now in two different places, Steve, in the district.
If you want to go back to 13, I do have an update in New York. We got another 3,800 votes out of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Espaillat 45, Avila Chevalier at 51.
That's an election day update.
Batch, yes.
And how many votes was that?
3,800. In that batch also came about 1,000 votes out of the Bronx.
And
Espaillat wins that 63-32.
63-32, 1,000 votes out of the Bronx. So we're not seeing, and give me the Manhattan number you just got again.
That was about 3,800 votes.
Right.
She barely ekes it out, but she gets 51% of that.
That's higher than her current number.
I should also note that, another batch also came in with in the 12, and so we're about 7,300 votes there. Boris has won both of the new election day batches. He gets about 38% of.
He got 38, and what did Lasher get?
He gets 33%.
Well, now, whoa, okay, that's okay. You've just told me very significant thing there, and we'll get to 13 in a second. We said that Lasher had given himself with that early vote, had given himself a little bit of a pad there. It was a good number for him. But we're raising that question of, does the election day vote look different than the same day vote? You're telling me the election day vote here is looking a little bit different. Say again how many election day votes we've gotten out of the 12th district?
So it's about 7,300.
And it broke 38-34 for Boris?
About 38-33.
What's the what is our expected remaining vote in the 12th district?
Ooh, this could be a race.
63,000.
Okay, so if Boris were to beat Lasher by 5 points, which is what he's currently winning the election day vote, and there are 63,000 votes, that would be about 31. That would not, at this pace, These are big ifs here, but this is just to give you a sense of it. At this pace, he would knock off 3150 of 3540. So Boris is, what he's getting so far, what Adam has just told us from the election day vote here, right now, Boris is getting the kind of number that absolutely puts it, it makes it plausible that he could catch Lasher. Plausible. That's what we say. We're saying, is there we keep asking this question in these races. You know, a candidate is behind in that early vote. Do you get some indication that the election day vote's more favorable to him? We are getting indications that the election day vote may be more favorable to Boris than the early vote. If he continues to win the election day vote by 5 points, and there are as many election day votes remaining to be counted in this district as we think, it puts him absolutely in the mix right here. And again, remember, there's that third piece, the late arriving vote by mail. You got more, Adam. What is it?
Yeah, well, we also have update at New York 7. We've gotten quite a few updates here in Kings and Queens County. So I just can take through the most recent one. Queens County, we got 1,400 votes. Valdez,
I think we're going to get a call on Valdez soon.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to... Oh, wait. Shouldn't this be in our... why don't we have Queens
It should
County
be.
numbers?
Maybe try clicking out into a different race and clicking back in.
I want to make sure folks see this.
There you go.
Put the counties up. Okay,
we tried unplugging it and plugging it back in.
Yeah, so let's stick on the overall results.
Yeah, but tell me this for context.
Yeah.
What is the Queens, you're saying Queens, what was the early vote in Queens and what is the election day vote?
So it was, the early vote was Valdez 65%, Reynoso 20% in Queens.
So she won it by 45, right?
Yep.
And then the election day vote's breaking how?
62-23 for Valdez.
39, yeah. So it's a little bit less, but not to the degree Reynoso needs.
And
that's in Brooklyn?
Yeah, we also got the Brooklyn update. So that was, Reynoso had carried that first batch 50-46.
He won it by 4, right?
And now she won this first election day vote at 60-36.
Oh, she's crushing it in the election day vote. So okay, well those are wow. So if you're Valdez, these are not only did you get a very encouraging number
Congress.
With that
Congress
early
getting
vote
ready to
right
look
there,
a lot different.
You're not slipping. There's no sign of
delegation from New
there's a
York.
sign of new strength for her. I think what Adam just read just went in. You just saw Valdez's number shoot up right there. Yeah, if you're Valdez, you are feeling fantastic about the world right now because. Again, you did great in the early vote, but you're also improving in the election day vote. You're not slipping. Up here, we've got more up here.
Yeah, we did get another update up there.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yes,
so we got
candidate
New
taking
York,
the lead,
which is Manhattan.
Yep.
So 6,300 votes in this district.
Looks like it was good for her.
Yeah, she wins 52-43 in that most recent Manhattan vote.
Wow. And we get any more Bronx?
There was a little bit more Bronx. There was about 1,100. SBI wins at 60-33.
Wow, he is not. Wow, folks, yeah.
I should also note that also
yes,
updated,
Shelley. Dan Goldman got taken out
14,000
by Brad
votes.
Lander.
Lasher ekes out that one 37.
We got a couple of close races.
And he wins.
DSA is performing incredibly well.
We got 14,000 new votes.
Yes.
So we had 7,000 election day before. We've now added 14,000 new, and Lasher, it was a tie, essentially.
Yeah, basically.
That's very good news for Lasher because no longer is Boris hitting the number he needs, hitting the clip that he needs with that election day vote. That's a very good update if you're Michael Lasher. But I want to go to the 13th because wow, this is a couple things.
This is a DSA
right
candidate.
You're watching. You're probably
poised to take out an incumbent.
Same thoughts. What we just saw in the 7th congressional district with Claire Valdez, the left-wing DSA Mamdani candidate, improving, okay, in the election day vote on what she did in the early vote, okay? Valdez is in great shape there in the 7th district, but I wasn't necessarily sure that in the election day vote that she would make the kind of jump that Adam just told us she's making with that election day vote. And we're seeing it for Avila Chevalier in Manhattan right now, which again is the bulk of this district. Probably 90% or so to vote is going to come out of Manhattan. And again, just call up that part of the district right here. You see Chevalier leading Espaillat here. Now it's by about 6 points. That margin has gone up as so far the election day vote has come in here. Remember what we said. I mean, it was basically a tie right there. It was nearly a tie with that initial update in this district. What's happened here is it's still very close to a tie here. But Chevalier, if she can improve in the election day vote even a little bit in Manhattan, she will deny saying Espaillat wants to get ahead a little bit with the election day vote, because that late arriving vote by mail could be, just based on how it kind of went in that Mamdani race last year, could be good for Chevalier. Espaillat wants to get ahead. And so far, those numbers out of Manhattan are not indicating the kind of shift towards
Espaillat.
Espaillat.
Got one incumbent down. It's looking like two incumbents are going to go down.
Now, let's see. We saw an update
for a
in that
third
12th
one to go
district.
down.
It was at odds with the first. These things, can change. They can fluctuate a bit, but this is suddenly very interesting. Nothing new in Maryland 6?
Very small updates.
Okay, yeah. Just, again, anything from Frederick or from Montgomery, because now we've officially seen one incumbent member of Congress go down. Espaillat is officially on red alert right now. Potentially another member of Congress here who could lose. It's very close, as you could see, but this is not one of those where there was some where the initial numbers have said, oh, okay, Espaillat's breathing a sigh of relief right here. And then in Maryland 6, I think of the three incumbents we've just talked about, Delaney's feeling better than the other two right now, because something would have to shift in Trone's direction here. Not much would have to shift in his direction. He is not down that much, 755 votes. But again, what we are waiting on here is a same-day update from Frederick or a same-day update from Montgomery, because I think that's going to shed a lot of light on the situation there. Going back to New York here, the votes keep trickling in the 7th district. You can see, remember what we said, you get that big initial batch, and then we get these steady incremental updates of election day vote. We're up to nearly half the vote here. Valdez with a very comfortable margin right here. This is looking like one, certainly, if you're a part of that movement, if you're Mamdani, who's invested political capital in these races, you are liking what you're seeing right there. Again, we took you through to 10th, just to remind you, an incumbent member of Congress has been defeated there, resoundingly, not even close. 12th district, looks like, okay, Adam, it looks like we just got another update there, a sizable one, because I see now 2/3 of the vote has come in.
Yes, that's exactly right. We got about 6,800 votes there. Pulling it up here, Lasher gets 39% of it. Boris gets 36%.
Wow. Okay, so the thinking is shifted. As I say, it fluctuates. We got an initial readout of the election day vote that was good for Boris. It's gone back. The pendulum has swung back in a big way towards Lasher.
It also gives us an update in the 13th.
What do we got?
It's about 7,000 votes.
I can already see it helps the Chevalier. From New York?
She gets 52-44 out of the.
She's going to win.
She got 52-44 in that update.
Yes.
Okay. Anything in the Bronx there?
Yeah, 700 new votes. He gets 60, and she gets 32.
Okay. So, I mean, these things are, she's winning updates. She's getting about 52 in these updates. That number could come up a little, not huge here, but she's not losing ground. And you continue to see Espaillat. We're at about, just seeing the, 52%, 56%. So the lead for Chevalier now moves up to, that's over a point. It's just under 500 votes. That's over a point, 1.2 points there district-wide. And again, could you, I know you're balancing a bunch of things there, Adam, but you had that, I think this would be important for people, the post-election night numbers from 2025 for Manhattan and the Bronx.
Yeah.
I think this comes into play here because remember, folks, remember what we saw in California and really in Los Angeles a couple weeks ago, right? In that LA mayor's race where it was that late arriving vote by mail.
We just put a call in as well in New York 7.
Yeah, okay. Not a shock. You saw it come in. Look, the margin keeps going up at NBC.
Here we go, Valdez.
Now officially declaring that Claire Valdez, a DSA-affiliated state legislator endorsed by the mayor, Zoran Mamdani, has defeated Antonio Reynoso, the Brooklyn borough president who had been endorsed by the outgoing Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez. Again, this
Number
is a
2
very
call for
clear
the
victory for
DSA.
Valdez over Reynoso. The context here, she was doing this in a district that had voted overwhelmingly, more overwhelmingly than any other congressional district in New York City.
This was an open
for
seat, I
Mamdani
believe.
in last year's primary. And so a candidate very much in alignment with him ideologically and endorsed by him is going to win this easily. So again, we've talked about these DSA affiliated candidates here who've been sort of coming up in some of these Democratic primaries, a lot of them in sort of metropolitan urban areas. Here's another win for that faction in the party. Claire Valdez, 7th District of New York. So we've got 2 winners now declared in these races. Claire Valdez in the 7th, and then you've got Brad Lander, again, overwhelmingly over Dan Goldman in the 10th. I want to go upstate to see. I don't want to leave out the North Country. I love the North Country. Here we go. About a 1/6 of the vote in, and wow, I mean, this is okay. Fulton County, you're getting into, Smollen's base right here, and he's winning there. But look geographically. Again, this is such a wide district. Oneida, right? Lewis Small, Franklin, okay, Malone, New York is here. Clinton County, this
There's
is
like
where
a cookie sandwich in
Plattsburgh
there.
is.
It's called my name.
You go down,
We're gonna get
we
some
said
milk and
Warren
cookie
County,
sandwich.
Washington County. I mean, these are, Constantino. Just this is sort of Smollen's area right here. This is sort of the area that he represents in the state legislature. He's got a lead there, but everywhere else you're seeing that Constantino color. President Trump's endorsed candidate here, opening up a very clear and geographically expansive lead here over Smollen in this vote count. This was a real interesting test. This is a real interesting test because, again, Smollen was endorsed sort of up and down by the local and sort of New York political leadership in this district. Again, it has a sort of conventional background here, military veteran, state legislator. The congressional seat opens up, you get the party's endorsement, you go for it. But Trump came in here and endorsed Constantino. Constantino is a former boxer. He owns that sticker company. He made some news putting up Trump mentioned this in a tweet endorsing him, putting up a giant Trump sign. Jefferson, this is just a very, very tiny slice of Jefferson County here. Smollen leads the vote count. That's 60 votes though, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. Overall, if you're Constantino, if you're Trump, you are liking what you're seeing in the 21st district so far. 17th district, I don't want to lose sight of this. Well, nothing to tell you yet. But again, this is a primary. Whoever wins this, you're going to hear that name an awful lot between now and November because this is a seat that Democrats are targeting like crazy this November. One of the Lawler, Republican incumbent, one of the only 3 Republicans in the House elected in 2024 at the same time that Kamala Harris carried the district. This is a Harris +1 district here. Kate Connolly came in the favorite. Davidson, some indications that Lawler would prefer to face her. Go back to the 13th. Oh my goodness, we just got a ton. Tell me about it, Adam.
So in New York, we just got 6,700 votes. Chevalier gets 50%. Espaillat gets 46% of that most recent batch.
Okay.
In the Bronx, we got 600 votes, 58-37 for Espaillat. We also have an update in New York 12. We got another 10,000 votes there. Boris gets that batch 38-36 over Lasher.
Okay, do you have a cumulative
Silent welcome in. We got a DSA sweep going on. Possibly.
Yeah, so let me take a look.
Okay, I just want to
here.
Yeah, if you've been watching, this number is really stabilized in the 34, 35, 3,600 range. Remember, Boris had initially, with that first batch of election day vote that we got, he took a bite out of it, and you're saying, maybe, boy, he could be. We've had a lot more vote come in since then, and it hasn't budged. So
my current tally has it at Boris 36.9 to Lasher 36.5.
0.4. So it's negligible. I mean, it is better. The election day vote is better for Boris than the early vote. But again, we said he probably needs to be winning that, by about 5 points. He's winning it by 0.4 of a point. And now we're running out of vote. Okay, there's when we first started doing the math on this, we were well inside of, we had a ton of votes still to come. Not so much anymore. About 3/4 is in, and that pool is getting much bigger. So our sense of what that vote looks like is a lot clearer now, and what it looks like is kind of a wash. Boris needs something more than a wash here. He's trailing. Back to the 13th. Anything new? I don't want to miss anything here because wow.
Nothing out of the 13th, but we do have our first report out of the 17th in Rockland, Putnam, and Dutchess counties.
Let's go take a look. And okay, wow. So we did just get a big bunch. Let's see where this came from is the critical question here. Yeah, I mean, okay, you're talking. Okay, this is the most significant. Putnam. We got the most vote out of Putnam. Look at Conley. Easy lead here. That's a big chunk of the vote. Dutchess County, we got. It's just the margin though that you're seeing. You see it now in 2 counties, really solid. Rockland, this is Davidson's base. Rockland County legislator. It's not a ton of vote, but she's not. This is, if you're Conley, this is great. What, Adam?
We just put in a call as well in one of the races we were tracking earlier, Maryland 5.
Maryland 5, there it is. Adrian Boafo, NBC News is declaring will win the Democratic primary in Maryland's 5th congressional district.
His name.
This is a race that attracted nearly 24 candidates. Why? Because Steny Hoyer, the 45-year incumbent not seeking re-election, he endorsed Boafo, a state delegate. Boafo wins that overwhelmingly Democratic district. He's the overwhelming favorite in November. Where?
Frederick in Maryland 6 is our first election day vote.
Great.
It's only about 300 votes.
What is it?
It's a small batch. Trone gets 37%. McLean Delaney gets 31% in that 344 vote.
What, Goldstein got it? What happened? Somebody jumped up.
Yeah, 21% for Goldstein.
So Goldstein's the one moving up in the election day vote. A distant third place. Okay. How many votes was this?
344.
Wait, let me make sure I wasn't prepared for that. 37 for Trone, 31 for Delaney.
Yes.
He's beating her by 6 points with the third candidate. What's our expected remaining vote in Frederick County?
Frederick, 15,000 remaining.
Thank you for the follow the other day. Welcome.
So if he were to...
Sorry, I got my mouth full.
If this were to hold, this is a relatively small number. I just want to get a sense of what this could mean if it looked anything like this. 15,000 remaining votes. This would, if he continues to win it at a 6-point rate, he would shave about 800 votes off of McLean Delaney's. He would get about 800 more votes than McLean Delaney, and he's trailing by 700. So that's interesting. That's interesting. It's not that Trone jumped up there. It's that Delaney fell down and Goldstein got a huge number. Again, I don't want to overstate it because you're saying this is only a couple hundred votes.
That's right.
Okay.
It dropped an M&M.
This is the first time we've got. You know what we've been talking about here. We wanted to see if the election day vote was different.
Like the dick hole in my pants, not like
a
the
tentative good position there. We've now seen something that's significantly different. It's small. It's small what we're seeing there. But it is significantly different.
We got some updates in New York.
Yep, we're coming back to you, Maryland 6, but we're going up to the 13th. What do we got?
So 5,000 new votes in Manhattan.
Yep.
Chevalier gets 52% in this most recent batch, 43%.
She's pulling away. Hell yeah.
In the Bronx, 1,000 votes, 58-36.
58-36 for SBI.
Yes.
Okay, now can you do this? And it's changing fast, but can you calculate what the cumulative election day vote is in Manhattan?
Currently in Manhattan, I have it at 51 for Avilia Chevalier and 44 for SBI.
7 points. And what is the expected remaining vote in Manhattan?
20,000.
20. So if it continues at that pace, Chevalier would net 1,400 more votes than SBI in the remaining Manhattan vote. That would move that number to just south of 2289. But I should have asked you, what is it in the Bronx? What's the election day vote running at?
61-33.
So 28, and what's the remaining vote there?
Take a look.
Did he say 33?
2,700 is our current estimate.
Minus my 25%
2,700.
You got an 8
2,700. Okay. So if that holds, SBI would net 756 more votes than Chevalier. So if you netted that out, these are ifs, but this is just playing with what we can right here to give you a sense of it. If Chevalier continues to win in Manhattan by the margin she's winning the election day vote by, and if Esbiat continues to win in the Bronx by the margin that he's winning that by in the election day vote, and our projection of the remaining vote is correct in these places, that would net out district-wide to an advantage for Chevalier of about 1,500 votes. Wow. Now, when I say this is very rough, this is the other piece of it I want to get to, the post-election night vote. Because I just extrapolated the remaining vote. Not all of the remaining vote is election day vote. A slice of it, okay, is going to be that late arriving vote by mail. And this is what I was setting up before, and Adam's getting the numbers as we speak. That late arriving vote by mail in 2025 in the Democratic primary for mayor in New York was more pro-Mamdani than the other types of vote. And we just saw that same dynamic on the West Coast in Los Angeles in their mayor's race, where that late arriving vote by mail, what was it? Remember that Spencer Pratt lost second place because it was young voters, it was super progressive vote. That happened in LA a couple weeks ago, happened in New York last year. What was it? What can you tell me about it?
In Manhattan, Mamdani won the election night results.
It looked good for Chevalier.
6 points. And the post-election night results, he won by 12 points.
In Manhattan. And what about the Bronx?
And in the Bronx, Cuomo won that by 16 points.
Right.
And then it was Cuomo by 11 in the post-election.
Right. Okay. So these are 5-6 point swings toward Mamdani in the late arriving vote by mail. It's not huge, but again, if it's even anything like that, you're seeing Chevalier lead right now. You're seeing at the pace she's winning the election day vote by in Manhattan and the pace that it's going in the Bronx. At this point, it would net out in her favor. And there's the possibility, if past is prologue, if the final bit of vote, the final 5-10% of the vote that gets counted here moves in her direction 5-6 points like it did for Mamdani, then she'd already be operating from a slight advantage. It would only help her. Wow. This is of all the races tonight, this is the one I had the least idea of what to expect. You know, this is if you're Chevalier, if you're Mamdani, we just got something. Oh wow, it was very big for Chevalier. This must have been Manhattan. What was it though?
So yeah, that we got another 4,000 votes. We got another 1,200 out of the Bronx as well.
Take me through it.
In New York, Chevalier 57,
Whoa.
38
to 38. Holy cow. Okay. And in the Bronx, let me just show you what it looks like overall and what that update looked like was.
Esbiat 62, Avila Chevalier 33.
33, right on what it's been. 86%. Again, Esbiat's it's a much smaller area to begin with, and Esbiat's running out of opportunities. 86% of the vote right there. Still a quarter of the vote to come, and Chevalier just got a massive, relatively speaking, a massive update in her favor. She just won that last update essentially by 20 points over Esbiat, meaning district-wide, more than 3/4 of the vote is in right now, and Chevalier has opened up a lead of 1,300 votes. That's more than just over 2 points ahead of Esbiat in the district-wide tally. And again,
looks like it's gonna be another DSA
the
win.
math that we just ran through in the last 5 minutes, extrapolating out the election day vote, where we said it would at that current pace net out to 1,500 votes for Chevalier. The math just changed with that update, because that update just improved the overall number for Chevalier with the election day vote. She's now winning it at a bigger pace than she was with our last update. So these, I tell you, it's tight, but pretty much every update that we have been seeing here, I think is the kind that if you're Chevalier, you'd rather see than Esbiat.
We also have about 10,000 new votes out of the 12th since we last looked at it. Lasher gets 39%, Boris gets 35%.
So I think Lasher is probably, that may have even tipped him ahead in the election day count. If it hasn't, it's basically a tie because he was down by 4. Yeah, this is the same thing. Like Lasher was very happy, I think, with what he got out of the early vote. The first election day vote update that we got here was extremely encouraging for Boris. The subsequent ones have been a lot more. It's close, but the subsequent ones have really all been a lot more encouraging for Lasher than they are for Boris in this district. Let's not lose Maryland 6, right? Anything there?
Very small updates, nothing significant. No.
Okay, because again, just to remind you, right there, we just had, about 5-10 minutes ago in Frederick County, a very interesting development where, again, if you extrapolated that one out, it absolutely puts Trone in the game here district-wide. Keep an eye on that. Go up to the North Country again, where we've got now a quarter of the vote in this Republican primary. The news, wow. Oh, we just got a big update again. The news continues to be very good if your name is Anthony Constantino or Donald Trump, who has endorsed him in this race and really given his candidacy life. And it's just, again, what I'm looking at here is you expect Smullen to do well down around here where his district is. And indeed, he has the lead in Fulton County, but nothing else. There's nothing else for him on here. Again, this is the early vote. Would the election day vote be dramatically different? I mean, it would have to be. It would have to be overwhelmingly dramatically different. Otherwise, this is and if this does hold, this will raise the question, if you were watching earlier, this will raise the question of the minor parties in New York State are allowed to endorse major party candidates. So there's a conservative party on the ballot in New York, and they can put on that ballot line in the fall the name of the nominee of the Republican Party if they want. That typically happens in New York State. The left has its own version. They call it the Working Families Party. That conservative party in New York, though, already nominated Smullen. Now, that Smullen could drop out of the race. I think there's an expectation that's what will happen if he loses this. But if Smullen, it's gotten real nasty between these two guys. This campaign was not a normal campaign here in terms of the vitriol. If Smullen doesn't want to get out and doesn't want to endorse Constantino and stayed on that conservative line as a candidate in the general election, it could make this interesting because, again, this is a Republican district here. It's a Trump district. But if the Republican vote were divided in any kind of a meaningful way, not out of the question for a Democrat, especially in a year like this, where, you're expecting the Democrats to do a little bit better than they would in the median year. But that is if Smullen decided to have that line. That is if he loses tonight. That's not been projected yet. But certainly, these are not numbers you want to see if you're Smullen. These are absolutely numbers you want to see if you're Constantino. Going back, again, to the 17th district, we
got another update.
13?
Yeah,
right back.
Another 1,000 votes
from
from New York, from Manhattan.
Yeah.
Chevalier gets 54% to 42% in that.
She has stepped it up in the last two updates. They've gone double digits for her. They had been going more like 6-8 points before that. Did we get a Bronx update at the same time?
Not in this, not that I see here now.
Okay, right. So again, that's look. Her lead ticks up 1430. Okay, about 2.5 points now. This is close, but this is not. No longer are we. Would I look at this necessarily and say it's this close? It's now inched up to 2.5, and there's a lot of indications in these updates that we've been getting. I don't think in the election day vote for Manhattan there's been a bad one for Chevalier yet, and the last two have been pure good updates if you're her. They've been pure bad updates if you're Esbiat.
We will do an update with News Now in about 4 minutes.
Good, okay.
Or maybe a little bit less right now, but about 3 minutes away.
Yeah, what time are we at? 9:42.
Yep.
And don't forget, folks, Utah closes at 10 p.m. We've got 3 interesting House races in Utah. That's coming up in 18 minutes. But, I mean, the story of the hour right here is Adriano Esbiat, a 10-year incumbent, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, is in grave danger of losing the Democratic primary in New York's 13th congressional district to Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. Again, this is a left-wing candidate aligned with the Democratic Socialists, endorsed by Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani already has put 2 wins on the board in New York City tonight. His candidate, Claire Valdez, romping in the 7th Congressional District, and his candidate Brad Lander romping in the 10th District, taking out a 2-term incumbent, Dan Goldman. Now another incumbent, Adriano Espaillat, again in grave danger of losing there. For that matter, outside of New York, a third incumbent in some real danger at this hour, April McLean Delaney.
And I do have a new update for you in this race. We got another.
Okay, great. Where?
Small, 150 votes in Frederick County.
Yes, okay.
And in that batch, we get Trone 41, McLean Delaney 32.
Whoa.
And Goldstein at 17.
Wow, this thing is turned. This race is turned, folks. We said the election day vote in one of the 2 money counties would have to be different than the same day. So far now, in the biggest, Frederick's the biggest. We think more votes are coming here than anywhere else. It's turned down to 687. What's the cumulative election day vote there? Do we know it? And folks, I'm going to do a News Now update in about 90 seconds. So you're watching earlier, you know how it goes. You'll watch the whole hit. We'll go through some of the stuff I've already been talking about, but we will come right back because, wow, we came into tonight, 4 House incumbents had lost in primaries this entire year. One went down at like 9:05 p.m. A second is in real danger up in northern Manhattan and the Bronx. And a third now could be in big trouble here. What is it in Frederick, Adam? The same day vote?
Justin Frederick?
Yeah, well, that's where we got the most.
Yeah, so it's 38, 32, 19, or 20.
So it's a 6-point margin for Trone. How many votes are we talking?
500.
500, okay. It's 500. So that trend, we need more votes to validate that trend. It raises the possibility. It raises again, we've seen now in 2 updates something different than the early. We're coming right to this hit, folks. So bear with me. Again, you'll hear some stuff you've been hearing. We'll update everybody. If anything changes on the scoreboard, you'll see it happen, and we'll come right back. You're not going to miss anything. They're going to come to me. So I'm going to
Let's
take
get a little more high while he's doing that. One up, tip, one back.
Okay, so I'll keep talking for a minute here. Okay.
We also
You're
just
Willie
made a projection
Nelson
in New York 17.
Yes.
You're smoking some of the best dope God
let's
ever
get
put
right up
breath
there.
in.
Okay. Kate Connolly, Democrat, former national security official, easily wins the Democratic primary. She is going to face Republican Mike Lawler in New York's 17th district. A district that Kamala Harris won by a point. This is going to be like a top 5 national House race this fall. There was a lot of reporting that Lawler had hoped that Davidson would win this. He doesn't get his way. He'll get Kate Connolly. They're coming to me here in a second. Just bear with us, folks.
NBC News projects
New
that
updates
Brad
in
Lander
13 as well.
has defeated Dan Goldman
Clearly good
in
for
that
Chevalier.
closely watched race. Let's bring in NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what are the headlines that you're seeing so far tonight?
Yeah, we've already seen 1 congressional incumbent go down, Dan Goldman in New York's 10th congressional district. And Gotti, we may well be seeing a second. Adriano Espaillat, there was just another vote update while you were reading that introduction in the last 30 seconds, and it was a very good update for his challenger, Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier. She's a candidate of the far left, endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America and the mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani, and she now leads Espaillat. He is a 10-year incumbent. He is the chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. She now leads him by nearly 2,000 votes, by just over 3 points. Again, this district is based in northern Manhattan, Harlem, East Harlem, Washington Heights. It goes over into the Bronx, and I can just show you the bulk of the vote is in Manhattan. That's sort of Harlem and in northern Manhattan, and this is where Chevalier, you can see she's leading there by 8 points. We just keep getting updates here. They've been getting better and better for Chevalier as the night's been going along. Espaillat is leading over here in the Bronx. It's just a much smaller part of the district. Much of the vote is already counted right there. Each update that we've gotten, especially in the last 20 minutes here, I think has been awfully encouraging if you're Chevalier. So we saw 1 incumbent go down in the 10th district in New York earlier this evening. A second one is in grave danger. And Gotti, I might add that over in Maryland right now, in the western part of Maryland, a third incumbent. We're still waiting. a lot more uncertainty in this one, but certainly April McLean Delaney, she's a freshman Democratic member of Congress. She's being challenged by David Trone. David Trone, a former member of Congress. He used to have this seat. He gave it up. He wants it back. He is challenging the woman who replaced him. He's poured $25 million of his own money into this campaign. And absolutely, you could say at this hour, he has a shot, at least based on how the numbers have looked. So to varying degrees here, there's the possibility of 3 incumbent members of Congress losing this evening in these states. Coming into tonight, this entire year, only 4 incumbent members of Congress had been defeated in primaries. And, by the way, not to complicate it too much, but the polls are going to be closing in Utah in a few minutes, and there might be a couple of incumbents in trouble there as well.
Interesting. Maryland and New York, they're traditionally solid blue states, right? What are the issues that have been propelling voters there, and how much overlap is it with the momentum that the DSA has seen?
I think that's really the headline here, certainly. What we're seeing in New York City tonight. And another way of looking at these results, too, is I say Chevalier, DSA aligned and endorsed by Mamdani. That is also the case in another district in New York City tonight, Claire Valdez. This is an open congressional seat, again, heavily Democratic area. But the question here was sort of taking the temperature inside the Democratic Party. Her opponent was the borough president in Brooklyn, sort of had traditional establishment Democratic credentials. He's been trounced tonight. Valdez, DSA aligned, endorsed by Mamdani, not even close right there. For that matter, again, Goldman, Lander was endorsed by Mamdani and ran very much to the left in this primary, particularly Lander he made Israel an issue. He adopted sort of a maximally, I'd say, left-wing position on Israel, went after Goldman that way, wins big. So we're getting a readout here, certainly, and we've seen this in some other primaries this year. We saw this in a primary in the suburbs of New Jersey. We saw this in Philadelphia. We've seen this in some other places. This energy, this sort of very, I'd say, left-wing energy in the Democratic primary, it's certainly coming to fruition in what we're seeing in New York City.
Love to see it.
Yeah, we're out here in Los Angeles, and it almost rings true to what we saw here in the mayor's race as well. From what you're seeing, are there any other trends that would lend voters to leaning more progressive right now?
No, I mean, the question always then sort of arises, how much of this, how broad is this within the Democratic Party? I think that's the conversation that's been taking place this year. And I think these results, especially if something like this holds, those conversations will only accelerate after this. Is this, we saw it in Philadelphia, as I say, we see it here in New York City. How much is it just a phenomenon of those places versus something with a little bit more, sort of breadth within the party? I think one thing we can say, though, is as we go through these primaries and more candidates like this win, their sort of volume within the National Democratic Party, their visibility only increases. And it certainly raises questions about, how that's going to go over with a national audience as more and more folks who, again, the idea of somebody aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America, the idea of several candidates like that winning primaries, getting elected to Congress, is kind of unthinkable in the not too distant past. Yeah. It's a pretty big change.
And yet the true test comes during the general election. Steve Kornacki, thanks so much. We'll be checking back with you in a bit. Let's go to
I got another
NBC.
update. She's pulling away.
Thanks, Scotty. Adam, what do you got?
We got a new update in Maryland 6. Maybe a little bit better news from McLean Delaney.
Okay.
1,000 votes out of Frederick.
Yeah. Okay, now that's okay. Yep.
She wins that round 42-36 over Trone.
Yep. Goldstein
goes back down to 12.
Yep.
And we got our first look at Montgomery Election Day vote. About 200 votes there. McLean Delaney, 51%.
Sorry, hang on.
Sorry.
How do I get the counties up?
There you go.
Oh, we got to make the counties the main thing that comes up. Okay, say again. What do we got here?
About 200 new votes, Election Day votes there. McLean Delaney, 51%. Trone, 28%.
Oh, wow. Okay. Those are very. We said things, the numbers we got initially out of Frederick hinted at things changing. It may have changed back. That's, again, it's a small update out of Montgomery. But wow, if it's anything like that, coming out of a place like that, that's huge for Delaney. And what is the cumulative Election Day vote in Frederick now?
In Frederick, we're at 39 McLean Delaney, 37 Trone.
So she's now, that was, okay, the initial updates that we had 2 much smaller updates. We've added a bigger one in, and look at that. Delaney now back ahead of Trone right here. So that changes, that's this thing, the temperature on this one just changed. Delaney, I think, going a little bit more, not over yet, but that's a very positive development if you're her. What do you got?
Heading back up to New York 12 in Manhattan, we've gotten a few consecutive updates out of here, and last year has been every one of them. I've been looking at the neighborhoods, and we set this one up as the Upper East Side versus the Upper West Side. In my current tallies, I have Lasher winning the Upper West Side by 18 points, and the Upper East Side, it's tied.
Yeah. And again, it's stabilized, I think, is the key here. We said 3,500 or so when we started getting that election day vote, and it's ticked up a little bit for Lasher. Boris has made this close, but he's just none of these updates has he started to really take bites out of that. Okay, so back to 13 though, because huge drama here. Did we get? I feel like we might have just got another update here.
It was another 800 votes, but Chevalier did.
From where?
Eke up her, it's from Manhattan. She did get 63% in that most recent 800.
Oh my gosh.
Espaillat 35.
She is pouring it on in these late updates from Manhattan. So in Manhattan, she leads by just over 8 points cumulatively in Manhattan, but that margin has been expanding with these updates. Again, Bronx is still sitting there at 86%. So yeah, she's that's now, I mean, look, this is now a 3.5 point margin here, folks. 3.5 points over Espaillat, 10-year incumbent. So again, Goldman goes down, one incumbent loses. Espaillat, boy, it's not looking like not in a good mood right now if you're Espaillat. Delaney in Maryland, things just may have stabilized in a useful way for her, pending further updates right there.
Exact opposite.
That was encouraging for her, in that it indicates that initial small positive batch for Trone may not have been indicative. And then in 6 minutes, we're going to be closing. Polls are going to be closing in Utah. I don't think we really went through and set those up yet. But the key thing for Utah, and we'll cut me off, Adam, if anything happens while I'm saying this. The key thing to keep in mind in Utah, remember, these are brand new maps this year put in place by a court. The incumbents have kind of all shuffled around as a result of that. A lot of them are kind of running with some new terrain right here. There's the upshot of that new map is that it's created what should be a Democratic seat based in Salt Lake City. There's a contested Democratic primary there. Ben McAdams, the name is he was a one-term Democratic congressman. He had defeated the late Mia Love in 2018. He was in the House for one term. He's now trying to go back.
Buzzy, I don't know if I told you good evening.
He's facing a Bernie Sanders-backed opponent in the Democratic primary. Then two Republican incumbents. It's hard to gauge. They both encountered trouble at the state Republican convention in Utah, which gives out endorsements, but that's not always the best barometer in Utah, because that state convention is it's very conservative, very activist flavored. It is not infrequent that candidates will lose at the Utah State Republican Convention and then go on to win in primaries.
Would you like a fourth one?
Three-term incumbent has done that
evening,
twice.
Fuzzy Simba.
He's going to try to do it again.
How are you? We should smoke some weed now that you're here.
Yeah, another 800 votes there in Manhattan. Chevalier 52% to 45% in that most recent
update. So
update.
Smaller one for her, but that's the small end of what she's been getting out of these updates. The big end has been, double digits for her. Let me ask you this. We're looking at a 3.5 point spread right here. 22-45 is the margin, 85% of the expected vote. And again, in terms of where that's coming from, it's pretty proportionate.
How does that happen?
In Manhattan, 84% of the expected votes in the Bronx, 86% of the expected vote is in.
I assume you were using it.
So it's not really disproportionately from one place to the other relative to how it's been coming in. What is the expected remaining vote in this district?
I don't even know how they make
overall?
toasters anymore.
Currently in our system, and I think there is, we do get into questions of, there is a sizable amount of, post-election day vote. And so our tallies right now have it 11,000 out of New York and 1,400 out of the Bronx. I don't know if those, how much those might change, but that's our current estimate.
Right, it's an expected vote. It's not an official number. It's a moving target. And as Adam says, we have, late arriving vote by mail. But again, just to give you a sense of it, that's you know, give or take, we think about 12,400 votes total left in this race. And that's a 2,200 vote lead, you know, for Chevalier over Espiat. And as we've been saying, you know, look, in the biggest part of this district here, you know, in Manhattan, you know, she's winning it by just over 8 points. You know, she's getting clobbered in the Bronx. We expected that.
You want to stick on that race?
Yeah.
Go back to the overall.
Yeah. Oh, folks. And there it is. How about
we have
this,
the
folks?
call.
This is something of a political earthquake. NBC News projects that in the 13th Congressional District of New York, challenger Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier has defeated 5-term incumbent Adriano Espiat. Espiat, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, had run with the endorsement. The Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, with the endorsement. The governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, with endorsements from a number of prominent Democrats, but not the mayor of New York City. Zoran Mamdani instead endorsed Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier. She is aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America, and she has defeated a 5-term incumbent, Espiat. And so tonight in New York City, 2 Democratic incumbents have been defeated. Espiat in the 13th Congressional District and Dan Goldman in the 10th Congressional District. Going back up there to the 13th District, that now means that this year a total of 6 incumbent House members across the country have been defeated in primaries. 2 of them tonight, 2 of them in New York City. There's going to be a lot, I think, that is said about what's playing out here in this race, but across New York City tonight. Because again, we say that credential, that Democratic Socialists plus Mamdani, right? Chevalier had that, and look what happened. Look here in the 7th Congressional District. That's the recipe. Claire Valdez, she defeats Reynoso. Take a look here, as I showed you in the 10th District, Lander crushing Goldman, okay? There's going to be a lot of talk about what this says about sort of the mood, the temperature of the Democratic Party. Is this, how much of this is a New York phenomenon? How much of this is a New York City phenomenon? Versus, you know, is this a broader story?
I think it's a young people phenomenon.
Some of the storylines, those are going to be the things that people are talking about.
I think there's a paradigm
coming out of
shift.
tonight. That's but I think coming into tonight, there was an expectation. This is not a huge surprise. This is a district, again, where in the mayoral primary last year in this city, Mamdani, this was his best part of the city. So this is not a shock that this happened in this district. It's probably not it's not a shock that this happened. There'd been polling that suggested Goldman. It's not in the sort of micro sense. It's not a shock. In the last couple months, I think a lot of folks thought this was coming. If you zoom out a couple years and say that Goldman was going to run into this, I think it might be a little surprising the degree to which this happened. And it really here seemed to happen over that issue, that question of Israel. Lander really went after Goldman on that front. The activists here went after Goldman on that front, and look at that result. And then the 13th Congressional District, again, we say this was the one that I think was very hard to figure coming into the night. There really hadn't been any great polling out of here. And was this, I think a lot of folks, there were folks who looked at this and said, was this a bridge too far for Mamdani? Well, it wasn't. His candidate has won here as well. So, wow. Well, we said, too, we thought we would get clarity in New York in that 9 to 10 hour. We sure did. The only thing that's left here in New York City is significance that's unresolved, but I think we kind of clearly see, it's now resolved. Good timing, huh? Sometimes you get that sixth sense. Michael Lasher, NBC News projects, will win the Democratic primary in New York's 12th Congressional District. This was the race to succeed. This is the race to succeed the retiring Jerry Nadler, a 34-year incumbent. Lasher had been...
Okay, the Chevalier race was the one I was waiting on. Here's a bear. Bear was spotted in Chester County, Pennsylvania. It's a cute little bear.
County, a viewer sent us this video, the bear rifling through her bird feeders in North Coventry Township.
Showing his dick.
This is in a yard on Shoal Road near Schuylkill Road. The bear took off before police and the Game Commission showed up. Now, this is a good reminder to secure bird feeders and trash cans. As always, officials remind us if you see a bear in your yard, give it plenty of space. Search is on for bear in Chester County. A viewer sent us this video, the bear rifling through her bird feeders in North Coventry Township this morning. This is in a yard on Shoal Road near Schuylkill Road. The bear took off before police and the game
If you're
commission
watching
showed
on
up. Now, this is a
Twitch,
good
I'm
reminder
going to try to make a
secure
friend.
Bird feeders and trash cans.
I've been
As
gooning
always,
over
officials
somebody.
remind us if you see a bear in your yard,
I'm going to raid
give
into
it
her.
plenty of space.
Light one up, tip one.